Howdy ho. We are doing game stuff today. Not so much technical as it is design, like actually putting ideas on paper. All while we watch a big old rocket being filled with fuel very quickly. I don't think it's going to fire its engines today, but they said maybe this is a wet dress. Fired them yesterday, though. So that was cool. I'll show a picture in case you are curious what ridiculous. So that was just a still picture. But then, yeah, slow mo. But this is going to be a crazy rocket when it launches with this new version. That happened yesterday. It's the same booster on the pad right now that they are filling, but we don't know the outcome of this one yet. So we'll see. Anyway, so today I want to start getting thoughts on paper about this thing and just rapid fire anything that comes to my head. Anybody that joins and wants to give input or feedback or thoughts. No idea is bad idea. Just trying to get a grasp of what I want to make. It's probably going to be way too big. And that's one thing they always tell you on your first game, don't make it too big. I get it. But this isn't something I'm going to sell or do. I've been writing software for years. I just want to have a challenge, something fun to do. So let me open it up over here. Oh, good. You just saw first name. That's it. Let's get in the background my thoughts from school and after that were very specific in certain areas and very vague in many other areas, and see what we can actually put together that's a makeable game. It's not just a bunch of, I like this. What am I looking for? This? Yeah, this guy. So we'll have this up on the side so I can remember things. But wow, this is true. This is going to be a dress rehearsal, I think, because, geez, they're showing right now the methane tank on this booster. And when they were doing their static fire, it took a while for this to start showing because they filled the big transfer tube. And then it got to this and they stopped, yeah, maybe about here, maybe even a little less on it, just because they didn't know how to put a bunch of methane in there. They're already, you wouldn't start seeing this until the bottom tank, the liquid oxygen tank, was way more full. So they are, I think, fully fueling this thing today, which is kind of crazy. And it's super fast. For comparison, Artemis, when it filled the SLS rocket, that took them, they started filling that, 9 hours before flight? I think it was around the time frame. The idea is they can fill this in 30 to 45 minutes and then go. So it's a little bit crazy. Anyway, but space kind of leads me into and I know you guys can't see this top left, so let me see here. How can I do this where you can see stuff better? We might have to make Mr. Alf go away, or we could go here. Would that be better? Yeah, you can see most stuff that way at least. Okay. So this is just kind of a run-of-the-mill GDD, game design document. Bunch of different things to think about and track and write down. We're not necessarily going to fill this in all of these sections as is or in any particular order. It's just going to be train of thought, dump it down on here, and then refine later. So I don't even need a name for the game. I don't need any of that stuff. It's just a idea thing. So this top statement is kind of important to start with, at least for what is the general idea that I want. So I originally had this down as like an MMO type genre. And while there will be a lot of people in there, I don't know that I would call it that. I don't know what genre it is. I don't even know if I want to put a genre on it for now. I might do then question mark there, 3 question marks as a I don't know what it is. Where we'll answer this question, we'll rewrite this as we get more refinement going, but player explores an infinitely growing generated world in order to, I mean, the easiest word is find loot, but there'd be more to it than that, obviously. You got to have something that makes the core loop fun. But loot, that gratification of loot is always a good one, but it's just a piece of it. It's not the whole thing. In order to, I've kind of got this idea that it's like advancing civilization on a new world. We're going to go into this in a second when we kind of drill down into the core fantasy part here. In order to advancing, that's not right. Advance with a focus on random encounters, world generation, and loot. Something like that. That's the idea. And for the record, I know AI isn't a person, but it does have a vast amount of knowledge that you can go verify when you ask it questions. I did chat with it a little bit the other day about the game I was looking for that would scratch my itch, and while it couldn't find one that scratched my itch, it kind of came to the conclusion that I already had, and that what I was looking for just isn't made anymore. The sandboxy, interesting loot with progression that feels good. It's not just, oh, I get to an end game and I'm done, right? It's actual constant progression. With, I don't like the focus being on the combat. Like I'm not a big fan of action games, like action combat uh games. I'm old school. I like tab targeting. I'm weird. But I don't even know this is going to be, I don't think this is going to be a 3D game, to be fair. I think it's going to be like a 2D isometric looking game and not even like nice 3D graphics like you get in, throwing examples out there, Baldur's Gate 3 or Diablo 4, Path of Exile. I don't even think it's going to be that fancy because I want to do a lot more randomization to it and interesting things. And when you're tied to making graphics, 3D graphics that render well and efficiently, kind of bogs down that idea. Um, but there should be some sort of conflict slash combat in the game, but I don't want it to be overly dominant. It's there. An aspect of the game you can play. Um, I think sometimes you'll be required to do it, but you could technically avoid it, um, if you really so choose. Um, but it's a slower game. It's not fast paced. Like I want anybody that wants to play a game to be able to play it, and I don't want it to have to be these instant reaction time that you have to have and flicking your mouse and crap like that or controller or whatever it is. I just want it to be anybody can do it regardless of what your reaction times are. Uh, but and I don't want there to be, there's always going to be metas, right? But I don't want there to be this idea that there's this best in slot loot for a particular type of player. What is the point of that? That just means everybody's going toward the same thing and everybody's going to be the same in the end. And that doesn't interest me. That's not interesting to me, at least. Is it interesting to a large player base? I have zero idea. But again, I don't care. I just want to make a game that I would find fun. And maybe a few people would find fun. um, so, but yeah, I mean, it's chatting with AI, of course. So it leans on what you're saying is, yeah, what you're saying is right. But I didn't lead it down that road. Like I've used AI enough to know that if you give it too much information about exactly what you're looking for, it just repeats and reinforces what you're looking for. But if you give it vague information or say, I'm looking for something that is similar to this type of thing, it'll start going down a road and then you start refining it and you go, well, I don't really like that game. I didn't really enjoy that. Or this aspect of that isn't just interesting. Let it come to the conclusion. It just came to the conclusion that I've already come to. It just doesn't exist. So here we are. Um, so now, core fantasy. It's kind of these top two are the big ones. When you get down into here, like how player actions are and the game systems and progression and difficulty and how the controls and visual and all. I mean, I have some ideas in this which we'll put down in here, uh, but all of that isn't important unless you have some concrete idea of where you want to go. Will that idea change in time? Definitely. Like you're going to refine that as you build out everything else because you're going to, as well, I wanted this to be this way, but it's really not technically feasible. Or you had a thought that this is the way you want to do something, but while you're digging into the details, you come up with an even better idea or a completely different idea that replaces that idea that is even better. Who knows? You can't, when you're doing this stuff, you can't just like laser focus and put your horse blinders on and just go down a road. You just got to think about everything. Think about everything as a possible good idea. So yeah. Sorry, I'm distracted by Big Rocket on other screen. that you guys see in the little screen, I got it up on another window bigger. That thing is filling fast. So what you're seeing on the right, we're going to keep getting distracted by this. I'm sorry, but that's the way I work. Uh, the left is obviously the rocket that's getting fueled, and the vapors coming off it is just condensation because it's so cold. They're cold fuels. Cold is an understatement, but they're subcooled fuels. Um, but the stuff on the right that you were seeing with the vapors coming up, that is, they're big. They got big fans. Just all of the excess liquid oxygen and nitrogen that they're using to fill the rocket or whatever it is. Anything that's burn off and stuff, they start or that's just being used to pressurize the system and drive the system. They're just shooting up. They're not shooting methane. Methane is not one of those because that's very bad for the environment. But liquid oxygen's fine. Nitrogen's fine. There's plenty of that in the air already. They're just dispersing that with big fans instead of letting it just liquefy and be the liquid form and kind of sprawl out into little, just all across the launch site. So that's what those big things were. That's just the way they pressurize and fuel the thing. But that liquid methane it's actually the very top of that is the hot staging, not a ring anymore. It's just a hot staging thing attached to the tank. But that dome at the top is actually the top of the methane tank. I don't know if they fill it to the brim or if they stop at some point. We'll see. This will be an interesting test. Anyway, core fantasy. I'm going to leave this stuff here just as a reminder of what we're putting in here. What is this trying to do for me? Show code actions. No, okay. And yes, I'm doing this I should probably save this somewhere. Hang on. Okay, you just get my desktop. I don't know what it's going to show when I open the save window here. I just want to save it somewhere so I don't lose it. Game design. GDD. What is it? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Now it's saved. And I won't just lose it. I assume this is big enough on screen for everybody to read. Yeah. If it's not, anybody is watching and they want it bigger, let me know. I can zoom more. I don't care. It's easier for me to read. The bigger it is, it's easier to read for me even, but it's already huge for me. Man, that thing fills so fast. Anyway, I get distracted by rockets. I'm sorry. Okay, so what are we actually doing in emotional and experiential terms? Who am I? What am I trying to achieve? Why does it feel good? All right, so this is kind of going into the what's the back? What am I thinking for the game? So that the idea is there's a some of this is some technical stuff. I'm trying to think, where would I put that in here? This can really just be really kind of okay. Some of this stuff kind of fits down in this section for game structure. So the idea is, and these two bits are to me bits that I don't really want to have. I don't have much wiggle room on being requirements. If these aren't in there, then it's going to be hard for me to want to keep doing it because it's it makes the game for me. So the first bit is that is an infinitely large world and it's randomly generated. So infinitely, yep, large world, due to land block generation on the fly as people explore. So obviously there's rules around that land block generation. But the idea is as somebody enters an area, all the surrounding areas immediately are generated in the background with rules for the kind of terrain that make it match. So it's not like you go into this place and you've got this desert area with some little bit of a few streams here and then some pathway. Then it kind of leads into some broken trees and grass. The next area isn't all of a sudden the Antarctic. I mean, that doesn't make any sense, right? So it's still everything flows, but different types of terrain are randomized. So that's kind of the structure of the world that I'd like to see. But then, so where would, doesn't really fit down there, does it? And the other bit, I'm trying to think where that would fit, where loot would fit in here. Does it say other than where I type loot? No. Items? I can't hit the right keys. Nope. Okay. So is there something that kind of, and we'll just stick it in here for now. I think I turned that on. Midnight. I hope I turned that on. I didn't. Damn it. I'm sorry. I will get you a cast. Hang on. I knew I forgot to do something when I started the stream. It's meant to be on. I have a way to give you a cast too. There's a way for me to do it. I got to remember how to do it, but there is a way for me to do it. There's a command. I have to go look at the help at what the command is, but there's a way. Let's see. Please let me move the window. Thank you. It's going to be tiny for a second. Hang on. Where are my commands? So if I give you, yeah, okay, so I can just do exclamation point fish and your username, and I will get, and you will get a fish. So what was that? Okay. No DC point here. Well, I'll do it over on this screen, so you guys aren't looking at my console. Chat. Fish. Make sure I spell your name right. Midnight 18th. It's two Z's, right? Yep. Okay. So this should get you a fish. There you go. You got a fish. And technically, you should get a second one because you claimed one the other day and it wasn't running. We'll give you a second one. That's serious. You already closed my window. There we go. Fish. Midnight 18ZZ. Wait, that went through for me. What? Did I read the instructions wrong? Am I dumb? I didn't want the fish. Heck, nabbit. Reading is hard. Did everybody know that? It said at, didn't it? It does have an at. Okay. Aha, I'm not the only one that can't type. Your fingers were on the wrong keys, I can see. You got a big mama pickle. I think if I put a 2 at the end, it'll give you 2 fish. Let's see if this works this time. Yay, that counted for you that time. Good. What did I catch when I did? A shrimp toy. Okay. And I got a sea urchin. And you should get another one here. No? Does the 2 not work? I don't think the 2 worked. All right. We'll just do it again. At mid. All right. Boom. It makes up for the one that you missed the other day and today. What'd you get? Black red eye. At least you got a fish that time. You got dinner now, at least. Is that thing really already full? That's crazy. Let me get rid of that guy. I'll pull it over bigger screen so you can see it bigger as well. But that thing is full. Like, that's the top of the oxygen, liquid oxygen, and that's the top of the liquid methane, and they're freaking full. That's crazy. Anyway, so back to our game, a different game than fishing, which is fine. Fish away. So loot was the other thing. That was the other like non-negotiable for me. It's got to be interesting loot. Interesting loot, randomly generated with a chance of something interesting every time a thing that contains loot, because it's not just a container, is open. So it could be the body of something. So is that DSS on the bottom? Are they actually going to fire this rocket? Because it looks like they have. If I see the deluge, the water deluge go, I'll pull this full screen again, but no, they didn't. No, maybe they did and they just turned it off. They did, but they just turned it off. Okay, so that might be it. See if they start detanking or not. Anyway, all right, so those are the 2 little bits. But, so what is our core fantasy? And I think the space stuff recently kind of started to nail this in for me a little bit. Is because I want this to be a big, for the most part, uncivilized world. There might be some interesting discoveries along the way, but I feel like it would open up a lot of doors on the types of things we could do. You could have everything from basic, not necessarily caveman, but use a club to protect yourself or a rock or throw a rock even, all the way to you could have fantasy related stuff. You'll have at some point swords or bows. It can morph into, there can be some magic, or it could be just seen as alien technology. It could be modern technology at some point. Um, but I think that lets you have all those different, a range of types of, not necessarily just combat, but knowledge in the world. And the idea would be we're not necessarily landing on Mars, but landing on a planet of unknown origin, and we are settling it, colonizing it, whatever you want to call it, and we're exploring it. And it's huge, and it's maybe 1,000 times larger than the Earth, like something just ridiculous, so that the fact that the world keeps growing infinitely makes sense. So that's the idea that I'm thinking of, like that can get us our background of why we're here, and to kind of play that world size and growth and knowledge into it. Um, so let's write that down so I have that written down and not just in my head or in words out loud. Um, landing landed on another planet 1,000 times larger than Earth and are colonizing it. Um, and then obviously, day one, there's not much going to be going on in there. Let's put like day one of the game, there isn't going to be much to start with. So you're gonna have to figure everything out. But then day 30, or let's say day 100, for new players that join well after launch, let's say, um, they can just be treated as arriving on another ship, something like that, right? That idea. Um, Another way to go with it, because I kind of want knowledge to be gained in this and not just be, um, we land and we have all of our modern technology and everything. I kind of want it to start rudimentary and move forward as knowledge is gained. Kind of wondering if this is not so much a planned landing as it is a crash landing. Like that would kind of start you off as not this experienced explorer person. That's one thing about a lot of games today that is a little annoying is, and we'll just use an example of WoW, for example. You're a hero and a champion in that game now. You're not this lowly grunt doing stuff and trying to make something of themselves. You have become a champion. You are a champion. I don't want to start that way because then it doesn't give you anything to build. Like if you're this super intelligent champion hero, I know everything, then what exploration is there? What learning is there? So maybe that's how we go with this. Is it's crash landed and all of your it's I don't want to ruin Hail Mary for anybody, but it's kind of like amnesia to an extent, right? Like you've forgotten everything. You know who you are, maybe, but all of the intimate knowledge of technology and everything because A, you crash landed it and it is no longer functioning and physically able to be used. And then the fact that you don't know anything anymore as a way to start. And then you have to grow from there. I think it's a similar idea that didn't RimWorld kind of do that? I don't know. That's what we're figuring out now. Midnight. This is kind of the I've done some tinkering. We did a stream a week or so ago where I kind of showed some little tinkering coding wise of stuff that I've hang on a second. God, he sees a delivery truck and he goes crazy. Um, of just some like different little tech bits I threw together over the years that are I don't like any of the code that I wrote, but it was more of proof of concept. But the idea is just to kind of put the ideas on paper. I had some ideas I wrote. I can bring this over here really quick, but I had a big Word doc here that I had written over during school and thereafter of just thoughts and ideas. But it was not very well thought out. Like the design was more of this would be cool, but not so much this is how we could make it an actual fun game. So could this be a game or a stream game or both? Like could it be something that integrates? I mean there's plenty of games these days. I haven't seen a lot of it recently, but there was a period there where a lot of games had like Twitch integrations or things like that where chat can play along or whatever that is. I mean, maybe there's something we come up with that makes it a more interesting integration to Twitch other than chat makes a decision, right? It could be more than that. It could be chat actually plays with you. Um, I don't know. It could be any of that. None of that's decided. That's a lot more down the technical road. Once I kind of figure out what the game is at a high level, like this document is number one, what's the core fantasy here? And then figure out what is our gameplay loop, what makes it fun, what is going to make it fun, and who is that going to be fun for? Like there's going to be different things that are fun for some people and others, but you just got to have multiple different ways that people could potentially play the game if you want to do that. But it's anything. It's all open right now. I have no strict can't be this or has to be this other than I want it to somewhat align with my idea. I was talking a little earlier about how I'm old school. I like slower, intentional pacing to a game. Meaningful loot, randomized loot. Like it's that there's a chance that you get this oh my god thing when you explore this cave or open this chest or loot this corpse of whatever you just killed or whatever it is, right? That there's needs to be some of that in it, and not anything like an FPS game or an action combat or anything like that. I want it to be very calm and low pressure, like just something to have fun with, right? Um, but so that's what we're figuring out. So right now we're just kind of like that. That's the starting point of what I'd like to get out of this. Now we're just kind of working. Okay, what to get the two things the technical things that I really would like to do is infinitely large growing world that's generated on the fly, and then the loot mechanism where it's so random and So the infinitely generated world and the loot mechanism where it's just random variable loot that you never know what you're going to get type stuff. Outside of that, like how do we do that, and what's our fantasy? And I've always been torn with this game. Is it a fantasy? Like, is it, we're talking medieval fantasy with sword and board and wizards and stuff, or is it more modern day, or is it futuristic? I've always leaned more fantasy, but you can you can do you can get fantasy in there at the same time you get some more uh like futuristic stuff if the game's basis is on that you are, and this is why we're here right now, that you're starting from scratch, right? You've got to start with the basics. Like, you're not going to have technology to make you a rail gun to kill things, right? You're going to have a rock or you'll find some way to make a sword and shield, or maybe there is some innate magic in the world that people can harness and become wizards or magicians or whatever it is, right? Um, but then you slowly discover there is some futuristic stuff you can do, and there's limited resources on this planet we crash landed on, for example. So you can't just go straight from I crash landed, oh, I found a railgun in the dirt, and that's not like that, right? It's kind of like a life simulator, a colonization simulator on another planet that everybody's a part of. Um, so So when I first wrote this line here, for example, I just said landed on another planet that's huge and we're colonizing it. But then I figured out, well, if they've landed there, they've got technology that they're bringing with them. I don't want that. I want them to start from scratch. Um, I want them to be, well, they might have had some technology. Well, now they have crash landed, so said technology is gone. Um, crash landed with amnesia, so they don't remember technology and knowledge, right? So, um, and everything is about exploration and finding things and gain and building knowledge again, right? Um, one of the things that's always a challenge, and this is where these next two lines come in, is like day one there isn't much there to start with, and you have to figure it all on your own. Day 100, and maybe this is more like day 1000. Let's say 3 years after the game has been out there, how do you get some sense of you're starting from scratch, right? Um, maybe that's just another set of, you treat it as somebody else's ship has crash landed on there, and because we've set out to explore the cosmos and we've sent out tens of thousands of ships or whatever it is, and they're starting to collect, right? Um, how do you make somebody that just landed not feel like they're instantly behind, and they have to play catch up? There's always going to be a little bit of catch up you have to play, right? You can't just buy a level boost off of the microtransaction store, right? And be like everybody else in there. I wanted to do it something more like maybe your knowledge increases quicker at first while you're doing whatever it is you choose to be doing, based off of how much knowledge in that area the world in its entirety has gained, because you are learning from other people. You potentially, maybe there's some schooling or something you can be a part of that advances your knowledge. I don't know, but some way there's a catch up mechanic, but it doesn't just skip over the important bits of the game. So that's and a great idea. I mean, it's definitely something to put on. So we can put in uh, like some like random events of something else crashing from space that provides knowledge or technology or items or whatever, right? Um, and that's I like that the flashback idea is interesting because that can be a way of gaining it back, and maybe like the newer players that are there that weren't there from day one, they have more flashbacks initially to kind of catch them up a little bit with where they're at. Um, but I still want them to be able to make the choices of what do they want to learn about. Like, um, so we'll put flashbacks, um, randomly help people remember things, whatever things is defined as, right? Um, so that's an interesting idea. Um, I don't. One of the things that I thought about when I was coming up with all this stuff over the years was like I just don't want people to come into a game and feel overwhelmed, like they have to do everything, or they're just or if they feel so far behind, right? Um, and it's just like an example. You can pay to get around this with the game, but that defeats the purpose. Um, Eve Online, for example, its skills in that game, you can decide what you want to do. Like you can be an asteroid miner, you could be a battleship pilot, you could do different walks of life, different trade, manufacturing, whatever, all kinds of things you can do. All of those skills, though, in Eve, uh, train in real time. Like if I say I want to train to go from a level 3 to a level 4 battleship pilot. And I'm making these numbers up, so it's not actually what it is, but it's the idea. It literally takes me 3 days of real time in real life to train that skill. Um, so if you're a brand new player and you don't want to pay a bunch of money to CCCP for the skill boost to get yourself a bunch of skills trained instantly, you literally have to wait forever to get. You will never catch up with anybody else except for that one guy, if that even exists, that has trained everything there is to train already. It's the only person you can even start to catch up to. Everybody else will always be ahead of you, and that doesn't feel good, especially for people that aren't rich. So I don't want that feeling. So that's that's one of those problems that I want to try to figure out how to solve in this, because this is going to be something where it's you gain knowledge over time and skills over time, um, and I don't want you to feel like you're never going to catch up. You may never catch up with the people that have been playing it forever. Man, I don't think it's fair to say somebody on day 1,000 can catch up to somebody that's been playing from day one ever. I mean, I feel like it's just it dilutes the pride and joy that person had of getting there, and the ability to say, look how powerful is not the right term, but look at my level of knowledge in this. It's unlike anybody else. You lose that, right? You lose that fantasy. But I also don't want it to be that you feel like you're just worthless compared to everybody else because you haven't been playing long. But I want there to be some sort of progression in what you do. I like the idea of how you can, like in Eve, for example, you can pick what you want to specialize. It's just like real life, right? You pick to be in theater, I pick to be in software development. You get to pick your walk of life, usually. Not everybody does, but you try to. Like the ideal is you get to pick your walk of life. So I want the same thing here. Like if you don't have to learn everything to be good at the game, and there's not really being good at the game. It's like, are you having fun? Are you doing what you want to do? Great. I don't care how you play it. If you want to be this wizard that all he does is is explore and look for new things to make new spells, or you want to be an alchemist that figures out how to make different potions that do different stuff, and you're just testing a bunch of stuff, and that's all you want to do because that if that's just like that you're enthralled in that, great, so be it. Um, I don't want you to have to feel like you have to be a good combat warrior, but all you really want to do is go out and collect things. You just want to be a miner, or you want to be whatever, right? Do what you want. Eve kind of has that. Um, because if you wanted to be an asteroid miner in that game, you could just do asteroid mining. You wouldn't have to do any combat if you didn't want to. Um, in fact, that's how I played a lot of that game when I played it back in the day. So, so I guess that's a lot of words that we didn't write down anything for, but um, so in short, we can like play the game how you want to, i.e., uh, just be an alchemist and make potions, mine ore, be a combat veteran, whatever. Uh, and then new players will likely, I'm not saying it's never, because if somebody stops playing the game or they just stop advancing something, you could technically catch them, right? But um, likely not catch up and be the most skilled at something that someone that has been playing for 1,000 days is, but they also won't be useless, um, as there is some form of catch up mechanism. So like schooling to advance knowledge faster to an extent. So like an idea I had was, let's say the in the entire world, the highest skill level for, they're detanking that rocket, by the way. I just saw that picture on there of the frost line dropping. Um, but let's say just again random numbers. Let's say the max skill in the world right now is 100 on some character has 100 on there, or some set of characters, and then there's some that are 99, and then and they go down from there. And there's some graph of that, right? If you want to go and say that skill is ore mining, say you want to pursue that, great. Initially, you're going to skill up and you're going to become more knowledgeable at that faster, because there's no reason for you to go through the trudge of going 1, 2, 3 at whatever speed they initially did. You might go to university or something that teaches you how to get it, and you'll go from 1 to 50 in a tenth of the time or a quarter of the time as it normally would take you to get there. And then maybe 50 to 75 is half the time. But then after that, it's normal time. So like it's not discounted time all the way to the max. It gets you further up there because you are advancing based off of the knowledge that others have gained over the time of the game. It sounds really complicated when I talk it out loud, but it's just, it's the best thing I've been able to come up with for a fairish catch-up mechanic so that a new player doesn't feel useless. I don't want them to immediately feel powerful, so that's why it's not instant catch-up, um, or instant ramen. But sorry, bad joke. Um, I also don't want them to flounder and just feel like there's no way for them to contribute to the rest of civilization on the planet, right? So something like that. Um, so we really only talked about like knowledge at this point. I'm trying to. I hate to call things skills, but I guess they are skills. But it's really just knowledge is what we're shooting for, and maybe we just make sure we call it knowledge whenever we do this. But I guess there's skills. I mean, you can have skills. Like I have. What skills do I have? Uh, what would I call a skill? Because to me, software development isn't so much I guess it is technically a skill, but I feel like it's more knowledge based than skill. Because if you have more knowledge in something, you tend to do it better. Now we're just getting not philosophical, but just like my view on software development world these days. I feel like some people write off their theory classes and uh, this the quote boring stuff in university that it's like, well, I'm not going to use it. I don't need to know all this theory stuff. I'm just going to have AI write this for me, or I'm going to write the code in Visual Studio or in Java or wherever it is, and it's going to tell me if I have the syntax wrong, and it's going to compile, and it's just going to work. But I feel like the more knowledge you have of why that stuff works and how that stuff works makes you a better developer. So anyway, so that's why I kind of argue, is the software development a skill versus knowledge? There's probably some skill in there, but I feel like knowledge is very important. Just FYI on that rocket, it looks like those little bits are on the sides there are taped, and there's some tape hanging off. Yeah, it's tape and it's hanging off. It's not the final bit. They purposely don't hook all that stuff together until they are done testing, so that if they have to replace something, it's easy to take it off and on. So they just put basically speed tape on those to hold them together for the time being. They aren't structural bits. They are just protective bits at this point. Anyway, that's why that looks like tape, because it is. Okay, so then why are we gaining knowledge other than the fact that we're colonizing? What kind of activities? I guess it's kind of getting into activity, but I guess this is what we're trying to achieve is colonizing a planet and discovering things. I think that's the key. And are exploring and colonizing it. Exploring needs to be a good part of it. That was one thing about Ashran's Call that I liked, is it's not like WoW or Final Fantasy 14 or what's another game? My brain isn't working. Any other game that puts a question mark above a quest holder's head and says, "Here's a quest for you. Come here, and I will tell you where to go." It While it had quests, you had to know who to talk to. And when the game first came out, nobody knew who to talk. Nobody knew who to talk to. It was just, oh, I just talked to this dude out in the middle of nowhere here, and he told me this thing, and I need to go figure that out. But the world itself was just a big, seamless world that you could just go explore. You could say, I want to go over here today and see what's over here. Just go there. So I want exploration to be part of this. And if you so choose to go out and explore and find new things and new loot, great. If you want to stay in a settlement or a city or a town or whatever we end up calling a base, and just get stuff from other people to try to learn things, great. But it's all about you have to have somebody that goes out to explore and get new materials and whatnot. So, and yeah, you need knowledge to just survive. Um, and that's kind of where the whole crashing with amnesia comes into play, because you have to gain knowledge to understand how to survive. Just like our evolutionary ancestors and the cavemen did when they discovered fire and the wheel and stuff like that. I mean, that's all knowledge. Can you imagine if we didn't know what a wheel was today? What stuff would not exist? Most of civilization wouldn't exist, because the wheel was pretty critical in moving stuff around to build. That's another thing, is like, because you're exploring and colonizing it, you need building. And while I can't appease everybody, I do want to try to get a few different gameplay styles involved. That's why I asked, I think last week, Midnight You, and I asked Daz this too, and others, like, what makes a game tick for you? And like you said, you were a completionist, or you're looking at trying to get everything of something, right? Look at all the details. And there'd be things like, if you decided to be, well, I want to go out and I want to be a botanist. Sure, you want to go out and catalog everything related to botany. Like, that's your completionist task. You will never complete it, because it's an infinitely expanding world where we can infinitely add stuff to it, right? But you may get a very good understanding and know, well, these are my gaps. I need to go look here in this type of area to find more about this, right? You can pick and you can do all of that. And I know Zaz mentioned building. I had a couple thoughts on that for this. One is, there's just city planning in general, right? Like, if we're colonizing a planet, you have to build bases or cities or settlements or whatever that have basic services in them for people to survive. Like, you've got to have some place where people's waste goes, or where they get water or food. I mean, that's something, the whole thing about this to think about, that it's a detail that we're not going to write right now. But if we did crash land with amnesia, how does are we human? That's a whole nother question. I don't even know the answer to that question, but let's write that. Are we human or something else? How do we survive? Or what is required for survival? Right? That's a question that has to be answered. Say we are humans. Okay, where are we we have to have at least water to survive. Where are we going to get that? The idea is the planet would provide, but how do you know you can trust it yet? Like, there's things like that would need, clearly there has to be water of it. If we are humans, there has to be water somewhere that is drinkable, right? But how do you know that? How does that knowledge get gained once the game starts, right? There's not one of the biggest things about today versus the mid to late 90s, that you unfortunately never probably experienced Midnight, unless you purposely just didn't go to websites for information. Is games back then, it wasn't just like you could go out and watch a video on YouTube and learn about everything about the game, or just Google search everything about it and get the answer. It was all community driven. Like, the knowledge in the game wasn't just instantly data mined and posted on a website somewhere. Eventually it was, like 10 years after the game, Ashram's Call started, for example, everything was data mined that was on a website, if you so choose to go look at it. But nowadays, everything is like instantly out there. So how do you avoid that? How do you avoid something like, at some point, people are going to post like, hey, we're making a huge assumption people are going to play this game, right? We may never finish this game, but let's make the assumption that people are. if they are, they're going to be putting on the internet what they find and what they know and everything, and eventually that initial feeling uh, of discovery is gone because it's already all known. I don't know that I know how to fix that. I The only thing I know what to do is make it so that it's impossible to know everything. Like it's stuff constantly being added or generated or whatever that is, right? And maybe it's because it's player created stuff that you never know what you're going to get. I don't know. That's a tough one. That's a tough question these days with the internet and AI answering everything. Like as soon as it exists, it's in everybody's search results. So I don't know. But anyway, for building, city planning, we one of them. Just building a colony somewhere with different things. But then I could see there potentially being. I mean, there has to be housing for whoever is living here. It has to be as kind of loose because you could have people that are nomads and don't actually have a house, which would be perfectly fine. But if, say, people do want to just be that city life person that does technological discoveries at university or at a company or whatever that is, however this ends up working, right? Why not be able to let you have a little personal space that you can design yourself, right? Um, I guess one of the key things on this too that I haven't really put is from a technical standpoint, I don't think this is a 3D world. Mainly because I'm not really I don't want to figure out how to optimize a 3D world to do what I want to do with this. So, um, there's a technical section down here. So, not a 3D world. It would be 2D. Um, so thinking more isometric, likely either isometric. So when I say isometric, just so that everyone is on the same page, isometric game images. So it could be this, like something that vantage point. This is a more, I mean, that's probably more like what the graphics I would expect to do for this game would be, because I'm not going to be doing fancy Unreal 5 AI generated graphics. This is going to be get the point across graphics. So maybe similar to that, but another type of isometric. If I can, isometric RPG. Is that Baldur's Gate? I think that might be Baldur's Gate. But like Baldur's Gate 3 and Diablo and Path of Exile, those are all isometric games where they're technically 3D worlds, um, but they're looking down at an angle, right? You're not first person 3D everything. You have sun rays coming down and all that stuff. You don't have all that. I could see it being that, or I could just see it being more 2D top down. So more like these. Again, this is basic stuff, just trying to get the point across. Where it's, yeah, you got a little bit of perspective, like you're seeing the front of that castle and not the back of it, right? If you walk around the back and your body gets hidden, you can't actually see the back of it. You're just looking at the front. So something more like that, potentially. I just don't see what I want to do would be conducive of a 3D world in general, just because of the infinitely generated world. So I think this is not necessarily art style here, but just general that's tiny. What viewpoint you have when you're in the world. So maybe if you think of old school games like Zelda games and stuff like that, where not the newer ones, not like Breath of the Wild and stuff on Switch, but older Zelda games, and not side scroller games like Mario, but just more like this. Like this is kind of what I picture it. More games that are like this. Like I know just recently on Steam, they gave away the Graveyard Keeper for free because 2 is coming out later, and it looks. I don't want to install it. So like that, for example, similar idea, right? It's 2D. It's just you get one perspective and it's just top down and that's all you see. Maybe it's like this. And I don't even know if it's this zoomed in all the time. Like I think maybe you're zoomed in this when you're in town. Maybe there's a higher level view. Like when you look at a map, you see the higher level, you don't see all the little details like this down in there. You just see that there's a settlement in this area. Yeah, Link to the Past, like from Super Nintendo. Yeah, for sure, that kind of stuff. Um, so maybe it's like that, um, where you when you zoom when you. To be fair, I don't even know what platform this runs on. Is this a browser-based game? It could be. It's not like we're going hardcore 3D graphics. So there's no reason why it couldn't be a browser-based game, but it's not going to be a massively intensive graphics game in general. So it could be a Windows app, Mac app, Android, Apple app, whatever. I mean, it could be all kinds of stuff. I don't care. I haven't that those details haven't been figured out yet. That's technical stuff, but I feel like this is the kind of viewpoint you would get, and then 2D. Let me just like see if they have a map view. I'm trying to get to the point of the map. I know when I showed last week I mean, I guess I could just bring it up and talk about it. Again, do it over here because I think it shows my last name in the directory structure when I go to open this. This and this. It's thinking about it. There we go. I'm going to take this rocket off the thing because they're done with their test for the day. We'll turn that off. So yeah, so this was a little test app that I built for generating a land block, what I call it a land block, and every little box in here is a sub land block that's defined as a type of terrain, and it's pieced together. But what I'm thinking is, so say we have when you're in town. Let me go back. Nope, not that far back. Where was? I mean, I guess Dungeon Keeper or Graveyard Keeper was working, wasn't it? Or where's Steam? Here it is. Why? You dick. You literally have what I wanted. So maybe when you're in a sub land block, so when you're in one of these little blocks in here, you have a view on your whatever UI we build for this that is what that sub land block looks like. And maybe that looks more like this. Maybe not this zoomed in this case, but you see a lot more detail about it. You can see all the different features of it. If it's a base or civilization or whatever that is, you see buildings and pathways and fields and whatnot in there. Or if you're not in a civilization, you just see grass and trees or hills or mountains or desert or whatever it is, right? And you can kind of, and maybe you have some range that you can see what living things are there, or I don't know. That's all up for grabs, but that's the kind of direction I think I want to go with it. Is you have a high, and this obviously isn't what it would look like. This is just me putting literally a character and a color in a block on this thing. But you'd have a map that would be of your current land block. You might have a map that's a bigger, more zoomed out view even too. I don't know. I don't know how big how far out I want you to be able to see at any given time. Maybe there's something. Um, there might be one of those things where I provide this website you can go to just to see what the world as a whole looks like or something, and that's it. Like just you can get a big picture. I don't know, but you'd at least have this, and you'd have a zoomed in version of it, of whatever that little sub land blocking is. And then if you are in town and you have a house and you want to build, maybe you have a more detailed version like this, that when you go inside of your house, you can put furniture and color stuff. I don't know, just to give you a place to make your home if you so want to have a home. If you're a nomad, I don't care. Just don't have a house. Doesn't matter to me. You don't need one. We have to figure out inventory and all that stuff. That's all little technical details. But anyway, so I feel like that's why I say not a 3D world. I think likely it's a 2D top-down world with different levels of detail depending on where you are or something like that. So I'm trying not to like blow out what, like, I don't have skills in 3D graphics. I have done a little bit of 3D graphics in my life, but not enough to make an actual video game. I've done a little bit of graphics work. Again, probably not enough to make a video game, but I can work on 2D graphics. That's just like getting good at it, right? That's just practice. The same with 3D graphics, but 3D graphics are just a lot harder to render and to do the scale that I want to do here. So, yeah. Okay, so we are crash landing with amnesia to give us a sense of start and not just having all the knowledge on a giant planet, and we're exploring and colonizing it. Don't know if we're human or not yet. Doesn't really matter at this point, but that's a question that has to be answered. And we don't know what requires for survival. We could be aliens that don't need water, and that could be very much, or some species. I mean, when you say aliens, it's just another species, right? It's another species somewhere that maybe will very much resemble humans, but our bodies have evolved to figure out how not to need water or produce their own water or something. Whatever. It's a fictional game. Who cares what the reasoning is? I mean, we can make it up, but something that we figure that stuff out. And then there's and I guess let me group these together. So what I hit the wrong buttons. What I do? I hit Z instead of X. That's what I did. Okay. I thought I hit X, but I hit Z. Where'd it go? So this bit, kind of fits in with this. I'm kind of putting into a couple sections here. Just to kind of call out the catch-up mechanic, but anyway, you play the game how you want to. This kind of belongs up here. You can explore, combat, whatever. What you talked about, Midnight, having some random events that could like as a way to introduce something to the game. One of the ideas I had was like design it in a way where I can kind of like a live event, right, in a game where it's just if you happen to be playing at that time, it happens. It could also just be scheduled or randomized, but random events that introduce something to the game. So like if I have developed something in the background, or I say we, whoever's involved doing this, don't expect money from this, but it's just for fun. But anyway, have it so that we put something together that's, oh well, if we give them this, it could lead to this whole other knowledge tree that they haven't even figured out yet. They don't even know exists yet. And just have random events that introduce that in random places. Like that's a way to get stuff, new things into the game, without it just being the shock to the system. That's the one thing. Like we experience this with Sea of Thieves, and we experience this with most games, and WoW and everything. Is like when an expansion hits, or a season hits, or a patch hits, things just instantly flip and change. And I want that to be more natural. So it's not like there's this random. Well, if you didn't play before X date, then you never got to see what this used to look like. You're just kind of feeding knowledge is what your expansions or DLCs or whatever they are. It's just something starts happening that you didn't know about before, but it doesn't reset the world in some weird way. And then another idea that we threw out there was flashbacks. Potentially, maybe you something triggers a flashback as you're exploring or building something or fighting something, whatever it is, and it triggers a memory that injects some knowledge in you. That's another type thing that could happen to inject knowledge. And then the other part was just about what does it look like for a person that's playing on day one versus somebody that starts playing on day 1000 of the game, assuming it lasts that long, right? Some sort of catch up mechanic that doesn't get them as powerful as others, but it makes them feel useful quicker, if they're going down a path that there's already knowledge in the world. Kind of like today, like kids today that are in elementary school and middle school know a hell of a lot more than I knew in elementary school and middle school, just because knowledge has advanced. So, same idea. Like there's no reason to start on ground zero, but there has to be something that like lets you experience ground zero, and you can choose to stay at ground. You could be this, let's call him a caveman, for your entire life and not gain any knowledge. That's fine. If that's how you want to play it, great. But you have options is the key there. So I'm trying to think from a core fantasy. So we've got a who are you? What are you trying to achieve? We've answered that. And why does it feel good? That's a harder question to answer. I know why it feels good to me because of a couple other things we mentioned before with exploration. You can go out and just go somewhere nobody has ever seen before if you wanted to, and discover something. You can, as you're exploring, you have combat with different living beings, be it creatures or mechanical things, maybe, if that's a thing that is discovered. I don't know about PvP. I'm on the fence on that one. I'm not sure how that fits in. I feel like that's kind of detrimental to the core fantasy of this game, of it being colonizing a planet. If you're fighting each other, that makes it more realistic. But on the other hand, I don't want to be in that part of the world anymore. I don't want to be in a world where there's fighting for no damn reason. I don't know. I've leaned against that at the moment, but I'm not 100%. But then while you are out there doing stuff, finding items, that's my bread and butter. That's what makes it fun for me, is that there's a chance of just, not necessarily if you kill a rabbit, there's a chance you get something that's not what you expected on that rabbit. But say you kill a decent sized thing that's higher level, there's always a chance that just something incredible drops from that. Because the loot is completely randomized, with rules, obviously, of how it's randomized, but it's completely, there's always a chance of that adrenaline rush, that not adrenaline rush, dopamine hit, that you just got something really cool, right? Um, and then depending on what knowledge or skills you decide to pursue in the game, the idea would be there would be different things to do, different types of activities that feel good to you or fun to you. It's almost like a second life, but not. Like I it could be something somebody's no life. That's fine. I mean, if somebody wants to no life a game, that's more power to them. But there will be things I think that even if you do no life it, you can only go so fast, right? You might have a little bit of an advantage, but I don't want somebody, even on day one, like somebody that's, say you had two people starting on the very first day of the game, one no lifed it for 72 hours and the other one played after work for 3 hours those 3 days, right? I don't want that person that no lifed it for 72 hours to be so far ahead of that other guy that it's just like, well, I didn't get to do anything. I didn't get to discover anything. That's not fair either. So I think some of this too, and I'm not sure where this would fall in here, is that you can't. I mean, it's kind of movement related here, but it's not real time movement. So like it wouldn't take. So say this block that we had here was from side to side was 100 miles, or maybe it's 50 because I think there's 50. It's 50 wide on here right now. Say it's each one of these little blocks is a mile square. There has to be some time factor to travel, right? You can't just say, "Oh, go here." Okay, I click here, and then your dude just kind of walks across here and is over here in a few seconds. There has to be some time factor to that, and that forces. I don't say it forces you, but it makes you think about where you're going and what your goals are. And but it needs to be that the stuff between A and B is interesting enough for you to want to have to travel across that, right? Um, there has to be some benefit to that taking time to go across there. Um, but on the same token, there has to be some way that if somebody just starts walking, for example, from where they landed and they never stop walking in that direction, I mean, I guess that technically works. I mean, there's nothing against you doing that, but I feel like at some point, some form of teleportation, and not the FEMA guy's teleportation where he went from his car to Waffle House or anything like that. We're talking like real teleportation, um, where you can. It's more. It's not that you cast a spell and you like in WoW you do a Hearthstone to go back to your wherever your inn is set to, or um, in Asher's Call you had a portal recall where it would recall you back to the last portal you went through, or you could tie to a portal and recall back to that tie. I feel like it's more of a travel system. I'm trying to think of a game that's like it. What's the game that does it like that? I know there are. I'm just drawing a total blank on what it looks like. But basically, you've built a portal for let's say it's a portal. You've built a portal in this town, and you've built a portal in this other town that you've settled. You can travel between those two. They're kind of like fast travel points in games, but it's not where you can just pull up the map and click it and go there. You actually have to physically travel there, and then you can use that thing to go to another one of those things and then walk from there. Um, so it's not instant teleportation, but it makes it possible so that you can get around the world faster over time. And there could be even even kind of like flight paths in WoW and Final Fantasy where you can fly between the things where it actually is physically flying you from one place to another It's not just an instant travel thing. Maybe technology eventually advances, or it's a you've learned how to. And it's just told off the top of my head just now. Maybe you've got these people that know how to tame the giant birds that you've discovered on this thing, and they take you around places. I don't know. Maybe it could be out there for all I care. But some way of traveling that's not just this open a map, click, and you're there. I want to avoid that. I want it to be kind of realistic. It's a fantasy world, but I don't want this that you can just open a map and click and go there. That feels too, that makes the world too small. And it makes you not see what's in the world. Um, so, I guess that was put under here under movement. No opening of the map and clicking teleport somewhere. Um, have to fly. We'll just put that in quotes because it's not necessarily flying, but something. Or travel to a portal, again in quotes, because it could be something else. To go to another portal. Um, moving around the world is not instant. Needs to be a reason to want to travel, to move between 2 points. So, and that way it's not like you're instantly growing this world massive in, right off the bat. Like it might take a month before you get beyond the first 10, what would it be, nine block area. So like if you had, say, everybody, not that this is how it would work, but say everybody crash landed in the middle of this block, the 8 blocks surrounding this, it might take a week or two or more to get beyond those first 9 blocks, including this middle one. I don't know. I don't know what that looks like, but that I don't want it to be instant. I don't want it to be I'm here and now I'm over here and I can just expand this map instantly. Plus I have to have time to generate it. So my thought was when somebody got to an edge of this or just when somebody got into a block, so like you either land here or somebody had just traveled into this very edge, all 8 blocks around this one, excluding the ones that already exist or that they came from, would be generated on the fly, so that by the time they got to the other side, there's no wait time to go to the next area or the next section over. It's already there and ready to go. So there has to be time for that to happen. Um, I want to put my rationale in here so I don't forget why I said this, because I say all this stuff out loud and I'm like, well, why did we say that? Oh, I don't remember. Happens all the time in the real world, software development world. Let's not have it happen here. So both of these are to make sure the world doesn't become tiny because you travel so fast instantly. Instantly. Wow. Fingers, keys, right place. So let's do this. Okay. Alf. Why'd you just perk up and scare me, Alf? You scared the crap out of me there. Okay. So we did talk about the building thing. We kind of answered the why does it feel good. Um, I kind of why does it feel good slash make it fun, right? Fun is the key. It's a game. I don't want it to be a job, but why is it fun? Um, Let me expand on this question a little more, though. Why does it feel good? Make it fun for different people, because it's going to be fun in one way for some people and fun in other ways for other people. Um, so let's just do underneath each one of these. So why is it fun? This is not proper markdown. Hang on. Well, I guess it technically is. Not great organized, but it's close enough. So why is this where we come from fun? Why does it make you feel good? Um, so let's you start over fresh and discover and be amazed. That's a word. Not necessarily the word I'd pick right there, but it's a word. And be amazed by what you find. Um, lets you escape real life into a fantasy of either I'm about to say sheer terror because you crash an unknown planet and you have amnesia, but I don't know that sheer terror makes it feel good or fun. um, of just being someone else and part of a spacefaring. That's probably one word or hyphenated or something. Maybe I don't know. I don't know that Fujisuda Code has spell check in it. It probably doesn't because it doesn't need to. Um, Society. I don't if like the space faring society ideas is interesting. Like I'm ready to go to Mars. Send me to Mars. I'll go. I did hear what was it? I heard an interview from not an interview. There was a media event where they had a bunch of people out, just random people. I think it was in. I don't remember where it said it was in. But they were asking Jared Isaacman some questions, and one that always comes up is like, well, how do I get into be an astronaut or into the space industry and everything? And then another follow up was, um, what makes you excited for the future of NASA? And part of his response was talking about going to Mars, and he had to clarify something he said by saying, "Now, just to be clear, there's no one-way trips to Mars. There are going to be return trips. You have to expect that you're going to go learn some stuff and bring knowledge back to us to do it better." And I'm thinking, well, crap, I want it to be a one-way trip. So that was kind of disappointing. Um, let's see. Um, I think this is similar. It's just discovery makes it fun, and that you're discovering the unknown and then picking a path of life that is interesting to you, even if it is either dull and boring to others or too exciting and risky. So you can be exciting and risky, or you can be dull and boring. I'm a dull and boring type of person, but that's fine. Everybody's different. Um, New players don't feel completely left behind. That's what this is trying to avoid. That's what makes it feel good, is that you don't feel completely left behind because you started late. Um, we'll say no lifers. No lifers. help advance knowledge, but everyone benefits, not just them. Um, no lifers still get the prestige of being first at something, potentially, right? They may still be the only one that has gotten to some level of understanding of something or is able to do something or find something or see something or whatever that is. They still get that credit until they advance further and further and more people start learning it, right? But they still can get that I did this first. Because that's what some people like. They like that feeling of world first. I mean, you see it every expansion in WoW is the race for world first, for who's going to clear the new raid first. That doesn't interest me. I don't care about that because that just feels like a grind and job to me. But some people love it, and that's good for them. Um, and then I guess from the colonizing part here, building. I'm going to put words in quotes that I don't necessarily think are the words we use, but just to get the point across. Building cities, their own home or not, etc. So, um, for the builders or city planners, there's something to do. Let me look at my notes from my original young kid days of designing games and see if I'm missing any other major thoughts for this, for the core fantasy of this. I don't want to rush this. I want to make sure we fully flesh this, not fully flesh it out, but get the thoughts on paper that are important that will drive the rest of this document for the design. Um, Talked about the world generation. All the technical details don't matter at this point. I don't. I got a note in here about that there aren't levels, but there's an age, and another word in quotes. That age may not be the right word, but that's interesting. Interesting thought just came to mind, and I don't know that I would do it, but is your life infinite on this world? Because when you think about it, in every other game, most other games, there's some exceptions to the rule, but most other games, your character lives forever. Like when I go back and think about WoW's timeline, for example, there are characters that age and die while we are still the exact same looking person or character the entire time. So we never age, but everything else around us does. Does that play? Is that anything that's interesting to explore for this? Is there? I feel like what we're talking about with skilling and being the first and having that buildup of knowledge. I feel like if you were to reset a character, that would feel horrible. I feel like that would remove the fun. That'd be like in Sea of Thieves world, making a new pirate and not getting access to any of the stuff you got in your first pirate because it hasn't accomplished all that stuff. That feels horrible. Maybe some people, I mean, well, a lot of people like those type of prestige systems. I know we talked about this last night on Zaz's stream, I think Taco asked her why nobody in our group plays Ark right now. And I didn't hear it until I got on. I tuned in later, but she asked, and I was like, well, for me, it's just like I don't have a good reason to prestige, if you want to call it that, and do it all over again. It's just not enough new content to make me want to do that. Um, but clearly there are people that do like that. So like if let's just it's gone down for sure. So like Arc, and this is just Steam, this isn't console, and there might be a much larger following Arc. This is actually below 100K for the first time. We're down to 92,000 people. But you just see the drop off. It's like, is that a thing? Like, it feels like with this, some of this is they just haven't put enough new content into it, but it doesn't feel like, it feels like they thought maybe the prestiging was going to be more valuable to keep players around than it actually ended up being. Because if prestiging actually was that big of a part of the people actually really wanted to do it that much, you would think there'd be more people sticking around. But maybe this is more just driven by the amount of content in the game is lacking. Yeah, there you go. I can just just that's how we do it. We just wipe your memory, and then we'll give you a token of appreciation for all your knowledge, and you can start over. We'll give you a tattoo or something. But yeah, I mean that's I don't know. I prestiging just never has interested me. There's some subset of people that like it. Is that the kind of people I want playing this game? Because I feel like that's a lot more hardcore than I want. I don't know if you were here at the beginning, Laura, but I was probably mostly talking to myself, but I was just talking like I say I talked to AI. I chatted with ChatGPT a little bit because I was just trying to see, I know they're not great, but I said, I'm looking for a game that is like this. I kind of described my idea, not this game idea, but what game would scratch my itch right now. And um, it went down the road of it's not a sweaty game. It's slow and intentional pacing and meaningful but unpredictable loot. Low pressure exploration. Don't need meta knowledge or reflexes to play the game, and it basically came back and said, well, there really isn't anything that likes that. I mean, it was reinforcing what I already thought in my head. It wasn't like I took what it said as fact and gospel, but it also didn't prove me wrong, and I didn't lead it down the road to prove me wrong. Like I just said, this is what I'm looking for. And I didn't put any notes, any flavor into my prompt with it saying that I don't think it exists or it's hard to find something like I didn't phrase it like that. I was just like, give me some games that have these qualities, right? And it basically it started with some game suggestions and everything, and it just none of them either I'd already played them and knew they weren't what I wanted, or they just didn't fit. And I slowly kind of went back and forth with it, and it ended up in the end very oddly saying they really don't make games like you're wanting to play anymore. Those are more legacy or old school games. Maybe you should make your own. It literally said maybe I should make my own. And I'm like, what? So so that's where I'm going with where I was going with that. I was like, I don't know that a reset of any sort would be of interest. I don't even know if like having natural disasters, for example, in this world makes sense because it could wipe people's progress out. And that just doesn't feel good to me. I don't like my progress getting wiped out just because of something random that happened. Like I got unlucky because I was living in this base at the time and I had all of my supplies for just trying to figure out this new thing in it. and all of a sudden this meteor hits it and it destroys it and it's gone. Yeah, I watched a little bit of the Mouse PI today. Um, it it doesn't feel like something I want to put money into. It looks fun for a short time, right? It just doesn't seem like that's something that's going to keep me going for long. Um, I'd rather spend my $30 on something else. Um, but yeah, I mean that's where I'm at too. I'm just struggling with finding something that keeps my attention. And that's why I'm doing this right now because I'm like, well, if nobody else is going to build it, I'll build something. And if I have fun with it and nobody else does, fine. I got a game that I can do whatever I want with and play it. Problem is for me, well, I guess it's not really a problem. Like I say, well, I would know everything that's possible because I built it all, right? But it's not necessarily true. Like the way I would go with it was like there's a lot of things that the player creates, right? Like you put A and B together and get C. I didn't program it to make C. I just said you can put A and B together and something will come of it. And then we figure out what that is, right? Um, to me, the fun is going to be making it. That's why one of the things as part of this is AI will, while there is a section down here at the bottom that has probably come across the screen a couple times, but where is it? I swear it's in here. Or am I remembering it from a different doc that I was playing with earlier? Oh, right there, no, AI NPC, but this is a different AI. This isn't the AI to build it. This is the rules of NPCs and things like that. But I don't want AI to build this. Like I might ask it to give me, hey, I'm trying to do this with this little bit of code. What am I doing wrong? But I don't want to say, here's my game design document, build it for me. That's not fun. Yeah, no, I mean that's I was when I saw that this morning, even before you messaged on I saw your post on I think it was on Discord. I saw that. No, I saw it in Zaz's chat. You were talking about it this morning. Even before then, I was looking at it and I was considering getting it, but I just didn't know how long it would have lasted for me. I have a rule that I need whatever I spend on a game, and it's probably going to have to adjust for inflation eventually. But right now, it is if I can spend money on a game and get at least $2.50, it has to be at most $2.50 an hour worth of time for me. So uh, a $25 game would have to be at least 10 hours of content for me, of playtime for me. I wasn't sure I would get that out of the $30 game. Maybe I would have. Maybe it'd be close, but it'd be kind of close. Um, and it's not a wasteful money. Like I don't have the money to pay for it. It's just I don't want to pay for something that I'm not going to get much out of. Huh, Pop? I paid for you. I got a lot out of you. A whole lot more out of you than I thought I was going to get. You have so much energy. If I could just harness your energy, it'd be fantastic. Yeah, I'll probably wait for it to go on sale at some point. I didn't. I watched some other streamers playing it. I didn't watch them beginning to end because I didn't want to spoil the game. I think the humor in it, some of the story and humor and stuff in there. Like I think I saw a part where they showed one of the guns was, instead of a Tommy gun, it was a James gun. Just stupid humor like that. That gets me. That kind of stuff gets me. I know they had there was Igor was in there somewhere, and it clearly was a play on a young Frankenstein. No, my name is Igor. That was in there, so that kind of stuff that'll be fun to experience. So I didn't want to watch it and spoil it all. I think all of those were in the Steam stuff anyway, but I'll probably wait till it goes on sale if I end up getting it. The Igor, yeah. So, yeah, that's the other thing I'm doing more these days is I'm waiting for games to go on sale. I'm also not buying a game that comes out in early access. I would like to play Windrose. I really would, but I played the demo of it. I enjoyed the bit that I played of it, and some of the ship combat looks like the Assassin's Creed ship combat that everybody wanted to be made into Skull and Bones. That Skull and Bones just butchered. Um, and then the exploration of it is quite. I'd like to play it, but I have been burned too many times on early access games, and I just don't want to buy anymore. I have like 7 or 8 in my Steam library that are early access that I'm waiting for them to get done. Just because they change so much and they break your saves and everything. Yeah, no, I watched a little bit of Falcor. I watched a couple other people playing it. I was watching Sequisha playing it last night in bed. Let me reorder those words to make it. I was in bed watching Sequisha playing it on the TV. It wasn't Sequisha playing it in bed. That would have been weird. Um, uh, he's one of the, his play style is kind of close to what I like and what I would do. So some games, not every game. He's very much analytical and detail oriented and looks at that kind of stuff. So uh, he seemed to be having fun with it. But I think it comes out later this year. I think is what their release date is. Um, let's see, Windrose top sellers is probably Windrose. Yeah, it's on the top. It's on my wish list. 10% off, but $3 ain't enough quite yet. But I want to say they're, well, good for them. They sold 500,000 copies in the last 2 days. So at $27, I can't do that math in my head. Calculator, 27 times 500,000. Well, that paid for the development, 13.5 million. Um, yeah, so it's co-op at best. So it was originally going to be an MMO, but they had a whole in their news. I remember reading it. Uh, I don't see it here anymore. But there was a post they had where uh, they basically said they swapped it from an MMO just to be an online, a single player or co-op at most, because MMO was causing them to not be able to do the things they wanted to do with the game. It was blocking that idea. And that may very well happen with what we're talking about here with this. It may be like, I want this to be a lot of people in the same world, but maybe this is more like a RimWorld single player game, right? I don't know. The problem with that is like an infinitely expanding world means infinitely growing disk storage potentially. So that's not so great for personal computers, personal uh, disk space. Uh, but yeah, I thought there was there a a roadmap of when they were going to release it finally. I just don't like being the beta tester anymore because they call it early access. Because that's what it is. It's not a finished game, it's a beta. And I'm tired of being that. I just want what they think is a finished game. Obviously, there's bugs and stuff that they patched and content they add later, but I want it to be finished and me not finding game breaking bugs. I don't know if they had. I don't know what their actual release date was. Get over here. When is Windows 1.0? So when early access, this is obviously this is the AI answering this question. It went full 1.0 is expected 1.5 to 2.5 years after early access begins. So 2027, late 27 to early 29. I don't want to beta test a game for a year and a half or two. Yeah, I know. It's just I just want a complete game. Well, here's a maybe this has got it. So let's see this. Oh my God, ads. Capital One, I don't care. So main story campaign, 50 to 70 hours. 3 biomes, which means there's going to be more biomes in the end. 30 islands with handcrafted dungeons. So only 30 islands. 90 POIs, 3 playable ships. This represents roughly half of the total planned content for 1.0. And that's what it's like. I don't want a half done game. They're basically releasing it to get money to fund the rest of the game. And we all saw what happened with Ashes of Creation. I assume everybody's seen what happened with that one, where they went into early access and they took a lot of money, and it's vaporware now. And it's been shown that the lead develop the studio owner and his boyfriend took a lot of money for personal use and disappeared. Made a lot of lies. So yeah, so what comes next? New biomes, more ships and canon variants, expanded talent, more story, enemies and bosses. It's just like all of this stuff. I get when some of this stuff comes with DLCs after release, but I mean, that's just so much missing. I've just been burned too many times by games just not getting finished and being sad. Sindens. What's Sinden? Light guns. Okay, I just Googled Sinden and it said Sinden light gun. I was like, well, are we talking games or are we talking something else? Okay, so this is actually the game controller thing. Okay, gotcha. You're talking, or for the, oh, is this the NES replacement technology? Is that what this is? I think you've talked about this before. Um, yeah, I did one Kickstarter with Double Fine For what was it that I did with them? I did, was it? Oh, that's right. I did a Kickstarter with Double Fine because I was more interested in the process than the final game. I have the final game here, Massive Chalice. Um, it's kind of a turn-based system with different breed you strategy game with an epic timeline where you have like descendants and stuff and everything. It was pretty cool. But I did the Kickstarter for it because I was more interested in the fact that when you supported them to a certain level, um, you got videos. I want to say it was every week of the development process, or maybe it was every month. I mean, it was over a couple years that it took. But I was just more interested in the process and how they built stuff and the challenges they went through. That was worth it for the to pay out. What I think I paid like $20 or something on the Kickstarter for it. Um, I think that's probably the only Kickstarter I've ever actually funded or paid for. So yeah. So yeah, the state of gaming is one of the frustrating points, right? Like it doesn't. I haven't found a game that I'm really just ready to dig my teeth in. I've got some early access ones that I'd like to get into eventually. And there's I think one's getting close. What do I got? I got my list of early access stuff up here. So, Enshroud is a way off. Which one was it? One of these is coming up on a 1.0. I forget which one it is. But a lot of these are survival, open world crafting things like Voyagers, Lightyear Frontier, First Dwarf, and Enshrouded. Enshrouded is a little bit more fantasy story in there than just open world crafting. These ones are more crafting. And then this was just a very well done kind of ARPG that's coming along really well. There's a lot of support behind it. But I bought those a while ago, and they're still in early access, and that's what's frustrating me. Is like I know that every time that I see an update on this activity feed for one of these games, it's like, hey, we're releasing this now. And it's a complete change to the game. And I was like, I just want a game where it doesn't completely change every few months when they get their next development cycle done. So I'm just waiting on it. It sucks. So for all I know, we're gonna design this game and start. I'll start working on it, and then a game will come along or be finished, and it'll suck me in, and this thing will sit on the shelf for another 3 years. I don't know. That's why I'm just doing it on stream to have fun with it. And I don't want anybody to put any effort or money into this if they don't. I don't money zero ever, but don't expect anything unless we just really get into it, right? So, um, but yeah, I'm just trying to scratch my itch with building my own game maybe while I'm waiting for something else to scratch it. Like wow, I've got a subscription to it. I bought a 12-month before the expansion came out, and I'm probably 5 6 months into it. I've put plenty of hours in to get my money's worth out of that game. But now I'm just at the point where I maybe play it once a week, one evening off stream, and that's it. So I just don't have anything that's sucking me in. So That's what we're trying to do here, trying to come up with something that, worst case, I have this really cool design document that we end up with before we start making anything, and it tells me what kind of games to look for in the future. Because it's what I want to make, right? This is my ideal game, and this is what I should be looking for future games, right? Or at least things that try to do some good chunks of this. There's been a few others that I've looked at. I'm trying to think. And I can see that you're definitely into those type of. How many Souls-like games have you played before? Is that something that just has always interested you, or is it relatively new? We can do this again and see what games this is suggesting that is not interesting at all to me, because it never is. It doesn't look interesting to me at all. This is just not the kind of game I play. Not to say I wouldn't play a game like this. I mean, maybe that's part of my problem is I'm not really branching out to try other things, but I've tried these before and it just never has kept my attention. Ah, gotcha. So the game music sucked you in and then you just started playing it. Okay. I've never done Elden Ring or Dark Souls or anything like that. I'm also not I'm not great at action combat type games. Like knowing when to block and riposte and all that crap. I just don't do that stuff well. So I never have. So it just ends up turning into frustration for me. Okay, well that game is out. That I mean, I'm okay with jank in games, but no. The horsey game? Why is this on my discovery queue? They are really stretching it here. The hell? Howdy Zaz. How's it going? We have been productive. We just kind of getting distracted now talking about games in general, which is fine. I mean, that's all part of a game design process. I've written some stuff down. We've started a game design document. We've written some ideas down on how to make it work, but and our core fantasy, but part of this is to think about what makes us have fun in games. And now we're looking at games and talking about games and why we enjoy them or not enjoy them. That's not what I'm going to enjoy. Is this an auto shooter? No, this is, what is this? The dungeon? It is an auto battler. Okay. I'm going to say there's no way I'd be able to keep up with stuff moving that fast. That's the other problem with me. And I think Bloodborne probably, yeah, that horse game looked pretty, like I don't think this is, this was somebody's project in school, which is fine. You got to start somewhere, right? But wow. um, my other thing is, and I'm like Bloodborne, is not a fast paced game. It's a Souls like game, but it's not fast paced. Like you're moving slow around there. You're taking one thing at a time, one or two things at a time, maybe. I am over the fast paced games at this point. Like Sea of Thieves is about as fast as I get anymore. Um, Ark, I was in Ark, Um, not Arc. Yeah, Arc Raiders. Yeah, not Arc. Not ARK, that game, but Arc Raiders. I played that, but I could play that slow. I could play that sneaky and not have to be fast, right? Um, if any game requires reaction times that are really fast to have any fun in it, I'm just not. That's just not for me anymore. I don't like being sweaty. Will the game be multiplayer? Question mark. Your question mark is the same question mark I have. I don't know. It could be. That was the original thought. Will it be? I don't know. Will I even do any of it? I have no idea. we're we're saying earlier, it's like we might make this really great game design document, and all it will tell me in the end is this is the kind of game I want to play and have a look, be on a lookout for. I may never actually make a game, but you have to start with a design document, otherwise you don't ever have a chance of finishing anything. So, um, if that's something we talked about, like right here as part of the core fantasy is how did we get to where we're at, and what is the point of it, and what makes it feel good or fun for people. So that's what this whole part is, and part of it potentially is you build cities, you colonize, you potentially have your own home you can decorate or whatever. I don't know, but um, this is all about just putting the ideas down and then eventually organizing them and ruling things in and out. So who knows? Um, it could be that there is nothing building at all in there. Who knows? But it's see what's feasible, and maybe it isn't even day one. Maybe that's a down the road feature if we get to that point. But yeah, step one is just to design. Like I had that original Word doc I had of all the little details here and there, but it really wasn't something that would drive building a game. You really kind of have to figure out what your core is and what your game loop is, what makes it last and fun, and then start building out the details and from there. But if you can't do one and two here, if you can't build your core fantasy or define your core fantasy and your core loop and then think it's fun or other people think it's fun, then you don't have a game. You have a program that runs on some computing device. So you have a Microsoft Excel. That's what you have if you don't have anything that makes it fun. So, what other stuff is this recommending here? Warhammer. Never got into Warhammer. Is this an old Warhammer? Those graphics look dated. Is this a remaster? Oh, Fire Warrior Classic. Yeah. Okay. I never got into Warhammer in general. I think I played Warhammer Online, the MMO they had for a little while there before it went kaput. But that's about it. Bongo Cat. Top or tap loot. What the hell am I looking at? OMG So RPG. Really? Okay. Well, good luck, guys. It is only a $5 game, so it's not terrible, but still. Part of me wants to play stupid games like that too, right? Like there's this part of the back of my head that's like, we should just play some silly games that nobody else plays. But then the other part of my head goes, That's not financially responsible from the amount of games you'd have to buy to have fun. I saw somebody was playing this today, or was going to be playing this today. Sci-fi third-person shooter. Kitty cat. I see my Windows updates for Patch Tuesday have installed and are waiting for me to restart my computer. Nope. I started watching Love, Death, and Robots a couple weeks ago. Watched a few episodes of it. Secret Level, huh? Is that on Netflix too? Let's see. Does it show my name when I go to Netflix in a browser? It shows my little smiley face up there, but not my name, I don't think. Nope. You said Secret Level. What is Love, Death, and Robots? Uh, am I missing it? Or is this like a non-US thing? I wonder if I go to here and do they have like other more like this? Or maybe that's the each individual was the same people or just the same studio? I got people here. I don't see a studio name to click. But I don't see Secret Level. Maybe they don't have it anymore, or maybe it's not Netflix, it's somewhere else. Or just not a US thing because they are different for some reason. Let's see if we go to Tim Miller. Just Love, Death, and Robots. David Fincher. Good show, House of Cards. Too bad Kevin Spacey turned to be weird. Okay, let me do that over here. Oh, it's Prime. Okay. That one I don't know. I'm pretty sure it shows my name in Amazon. So I'm probably not going to bring that one over. Let's see. It shows my first name up there. Well, it also shows my deliver to you here at this city and zip code. Let's see here. Prime Video. Where are you? There it is. I need to go back up a few messages here. I was looking at Poopy Playtime, but saw a doll. I'm not sure. Do you not like dolls? Is that something I'm not aware of? Oh, Poppy Playtime. Oh, yes, Poppy Playtime. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Okay. Like you said Poopy Playtime. I'm like, I'm not sure what's what that is, but that sounds like a game. you, you throw shit at each other. Um, secret level. Ah, there it is. Okay. I will shove that onto my list that I may get to in the next 3 to 7 years. Takes me so long to get through stuff that I add to my list. I am so slow at watching things. Yeah, and I do similar wire for other services that I don't have. Um, but I have Prime just because I have Prime for deliveries. But if I didn't have that, I wouldn't have it. And I have Netflix because it's shared with my parents. I get them a cheap subscription to it. So, uh, but I've canceled my Disney and Hulu because I don't watch those anymore, and I replaced that with what you replaced it with. And I don't have Apple TV or Apple Plus or whatever they call it these days. Um, I'd also do it the other way. But yeah, I've been cutting back on my subscriptions just because they keep going up in price, so I keep using less. I really, I really, really, yeah. I've got so my what do I have in there? I have 6 terabytes in my media PC right now. It's about 3/4 full of stuff. I prune it occasionally. I go through it and go, I'm not going to watch this stuff again. I clean it up. So I don't need the full 10. I don't need the full 6 either. Um, but I have a similar thing with stuff on it. I was able to get rid of a bunch of stuff a couple of years ago because of reasons. So that was nice. I freed up a lot of space for stuff that I wanted. Um, I've got 4 terabytes just on this PC, this gaming PC, and I probably use half of that now. Maybe not half of that, maybe a third of that right now. I try not to have too many games installed. So doll scares ass. Good to know. Good to know. 2K25 Season 6. You know what? No. I have the PGA, the EA1. This is the not the EA. This is the 2K Studios. I have the EA one that I got thinking I was going to play it a bunch because it was really nice looking like this, and played it a good bit, and then I never played it again. So no more golf for me. Uh, Seeds of Calamity. Why does this one sound familiar? Just came out. Farming Sin, a dun. Wait. What did that say? A Farming Sin, a sin. Why do I keep saying sin? Sim, dungeon crawler, all-in-one adventure. Okay. I'm seeing as this is the kind of graphics I'd probably have in the game I make. I don't have anything against it so far. We got farming. I want to see the dungeon crawler side part because that's the part that is where I start getting interested because it potentially involves loot. But if the loot is here's a rock, that's not loot. What do we got? We got some skills. Here comes dungeon. Okay, we're fishing. That's not dungeon crawling. That's fishing. We're mining. We are doing a puzzle. It looks a couple puzzles. There's some puzzles. They have yet to show me the loot. Blood beetle. All right. The turn-based combat. Where is the loot? I did not see much loot. I disagree. I guess it's a dungeon crawler even without loot, but still. Eh. Utpo. I know that's not what that is, but it's Utpa. No, I'm not going to play baseball. I've been to one baseball game in the last how many years with my dad, and that's it. No, I don't need another expansion for that. I haven't played that one enough. Berry, berry, berry. The hell? A juicy first person incremental game about growing berries and tossing them down in an ominous hole. What? Is this some weird, like, the hell? This was designed while they were stoned, plus something else. There's probably some other drug involved there. Some psychedelic. Shrooms, maybe? Okay. I mean, Arc Raiders is the only extraction shooter that I kind of enjoyed, but I really just want a slow paced extraction shooter that, it doesn't have to be an extraction shooter, it's an extraction game with better loot. I just want more meaningful loot. That's like my big thing for games is meaningful loot. And it just doesn't exist anymore, it feels. Like some of the games that AI was trying to recommend to me were things like ARPGs, like Last Epoch or Path of Exile or Diablo. But it's just, the loot is still very basic in those games, even. All right, well, that's my cue. Nothing stood out again. We could do some VR chat. I can get some weird version of myself in VR chat and see what kind of weird people are out there. Nah, I got enough weird people in my chat already. I don't need more. Yes, you resemble that. I know. Anyway. Hey, we established, what was it, during the Artemis landing that I am weird and I come from it's genetic from my mother. So I'm not saying you're different than me. I'm just saying you're also weird. Alpha's staring at me. What time is it? 7 o'clock. You need your pee break, don't you? And your greenie. All right, let me let him into the waste management system, aka the backyard, and I will be back in a minute. We'll put up our waste management neon sign. If I can click the button, there we go. Oh, there it goes. All right, I will be right back. All right. It's amazing how fast he goes out and back in when he knows there's a greenie on the other end of his potty break. I'm going to suck down a little bit of applesauce really quick, though. Um, Sunday, I don't know. I'm got a yet another thing going on this weekend that I don't know the timing of anything yet. It's I know that's incredibly vague, but it's a work thing. Uh, I'm getting some details tomorrow, but they have yet to stick to a schedule, so God knows when I'm doing stuff. Um, I don't know when things are falling. It's not like I'm working all weekend, but I don't know when things are happening. So um, the timeline has shifted so much in the last couple of weeks. At first, it was we have no idea, and then it was well, it could be Saturday evening, and then it could be 2 a.m. Saturday morning, then it could be Friday afternoon or Friday evening. Right? We have no idea. So I'm open to find out soon when that stuff is happening. Could be Sunday, could be Monday, could be Tuesday, could be Thursday. I don't know. They could just restart the whole thing, and who knows? But um, so yeah, I don't know what's going on this weekend. I'm going to try to do stuff, but whoever came up with these little applesauce pouches and other fruit things pouches was genius because it's nice having a little bit of applesauce occasionally. Yep. No. In worst case, I'll have you on it and make fun of you guys dying, but and learn, but I may or may not be able to participate. Um. Anyway, so you wanted something about giraffes, giraffes. Let's see. What do we got about giraffes? I'm sorry if that set off anything bad in your head, Wire, by saying Jira. I apologize. I immediately regretted saying it as soon as it came out. Let's see. Don't you lick my applesauce, Alf. That's mine. Let's see. Dee, 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 dee. All right. Here's something I didn't know. I bet you thought the spots on giraffe were just cosmetic. Wow. Words. I bet you thought the spots on a giraffe were just cosmetic. They were just there because that's how they look. I mean, they're obviously there for camouflage and stuff like that too, when needed. But uh, each spot has a complicated system of blood vessels, and they actually release heat, allowing the giraffe to regulate its body temperature. There you go. It ain't just a spot in fur. I didn't know that. Let's see. Any other facts that are interesting that would stand out? Did you know that a male giraffe is called a bull? and a female giraffe is called a cow? Really? Okay. None of this stuff is like, did you know that they talk with body language? Well, yeah, of course. Most animals do. Alf stares at me when he wants something. That's body language. Wow, those are big bones. So a giraffe's neck can be more than 7 feet long. Surprisingly, a giraffe has the same number of vertebrae in its neck as a human. Yeah, so for grouping, let's see here. A herd of giraffes is is called a tower. Towers are divided by gender, with groups comprised of females and young males, as well as other groups comprised of males. At about 15 months of age, the boys will leave the female tower and join an all male herd, while the young females remain with their mothers. There you go. We learned something new. The spots do something. Can they pick up a radio with their antennas on their head? Probably. They're tall enough to. They can reach up and just talk straight into the cell phone tower. And you can't get your head wrapped around that I'm eating applesauce as a snack? The only thing I wish they would put in these applesauce pouches would be cinnamon applesauce, because then it'd be even better. I can squeeze these out and put some cinnamon in it, but you put some cinnamon in applesauce, oh, so good. I used to buy the big, I still do occasionally, the big bottles of applesauce and then do that. Just put them in a bowl with them with some cinnamon. Good snack. Hi, Alf. You coming to sit on my arm because you know I don't need it to play a game right now? Yeah. How you doing? You want to say hi to everybody? I don't have a camera for you, but you can say hi over here. No? Okay, you just want me to hug you? I see. Game design. I'm just trying to let things settle to see if anything comes to mind of other stuff from just a core fantasy to put in there that's not technical, because I can get into a lot of technical stuff because I'm a technical person. But the core loop will be interesting to think about of what makes this environment. What's the core loop, or what are the core loops? Because there could be multiple different ways to play it. Well, so to your advantage, there's as since we did crash land and have amnesia on a different planet, we have nothing. We may not even be humans. I mean, that's a question that's here already. Is we may not even be humans that are in this game. So, you never know. We might have Crocs. I might just have to put them in the game as something that survives the ship crash, right? Like they're the indestructible thing. Like Twinkies are uh the thing for um not the apocalypse, for nuclear fallout. They'll survive a nuclear uh, blast. So maybe Crocs are indestructible. What do you think, Alf? You think you're getting something, and that's why you're staring at me because I asked you a question, but you're not. No, 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 no. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Don't you jump off and then stare at me from the floor. Don't you do it. I'm not getting you anything, dog. What, you don't like Twinkies? Is that a pukey face that I see there? It's so tiny on my little tablet. How can you not like Twinkies? Oh, for Crocs. Okay, I was gonna say it's like we might have other reasons not to be friends anymore if you don't like Twinkies. Not that they're good to eat, not that they're healthy for you. You should eat them every day, but Twinkies. What do you think, Alpha? Have we missed any core fantasy about this game? Like, what is the general gist of where we're at? I feel like that's what I was missing, or not the only thing I was missing, but that was one of the big things I was missing. Was I had a bunch of technical ideas and gameplay features, but no, what is the game about? Right? If you don't have that, you don't have a game. I mean, I guess every game has that, even the weird ones. Even things like Cookie Clicker. What's your gameplay about? What's your game about? Cookies. What's the core loop? You click cookies. And people find that fun. So, anything can be fun for somebody. I don't know. I feel like there's still something missing from this. This is why games aren't designed and created in a day. They are designed and created over a very long period of time. And why good games aren't made as often anymore because it takes a long time and money to do it for studios and publishers. So um so yeah, this is very, very high level. Just trying to think what, because as of now, this is like a glorified life sim. It's you can kind of think of it like there's a little bit of RimWorld feel to it, where you are building a colony on another planet and you have to build a rocket to get off of that planet. I don't the last tail end there isn't part of this, but what makes this special? What makes this core fantasy special over other things? That's what I feel like we're missing, because these are all things that I find fun in games, but what makes it unique? And it can't just be, oh, it's an infinitely sized world. While that's cool and all, that how do you sell that, right? Um, Not that I'm expecting to sell this and make any money or anything, or have anybody play it, to be fair, but I do want to keep it in mind. Like, what if I were to pitch this game? Like, if I were to make a Steam page, what would that Steam page say that would make someone to go, "Yep, that's the game I want to play"? some of it's going to be the technical gameplay elements of the game. But if I can't get myself to buy into this core fantasy, how am I supposed to get others? Just feel like there's something missing. And I don't know what. One thing that I tinkered around with, and I'm looking at these other notes from many, many years ago. One thing I think it's, are these even in these notes? But it came to mind. Hmm. That was me, Alf. I was breathing into my hand because I had a burp, and I didn't want to make a loud burp on stream. I mean, it is all player driven. I don't. I think the player driven might be something that's missing. I mean, in my head, when I read this, I know what I'm thinking is like, well, it's player driven because you're exploring and colonizing it and building your cities and your own home and everything. But I don't know that that's entirely clear. Like player driven economy is something you hear all the time, not all the time, but sometimes in games. Um, we want to make sure it's clear that you are building any civilization. Um, I thought I had something else that was player driven. I think it forced it into being an MMO, which might be why I don't see it here anymore. I might have taken it off. Because I had a thought at one point, I know I've been kind of beating around what I was thinking, but I had a thought at one point that there could be a system that players could define their own missions or quests or things like that. And by design, it'd be more of a I need this because it would help me. Right? I need you to go do this or find this or uh, build this or discover something that helps me with X, and then you would get something in return for it. But that starts to kind of how do you do that? Like, how do you it means it has to be a massive multiplayer game because which is fine. I mean, that's where I was originally going with it, but you have to have a lot of people in there to make that system worthwhile. So if I have to think of this in the standpoint of there may be one person playing this game, me, or there may be two or three. There will most likely 99.999% chance not be tens of thousands of people playing this that could populate a system like that. So it's not really a useful system to add day one. Um, but are there quests? Like, are there NPCs that show up eventually? Like, do we, as we're exploring the world, is that a thing that happens? Or is this a completely dead world? Like, is this making a big assumption, but it's probably a fair assumption? Is this Mars where there is nothing? There is no life right now. There may have been at one point, but there is none right now. Or it's subterranean and we'll never see it. Or they'll kill us when we land on it. One of the two. But um, which would be another reason that there might not be a return trip for Mars, is you may die as soon as you land. Well, yeah, no, I'm sure there'd be some people that will play it, right? But to get a system like that where you have player defined quests and thing and missions and stuff like that, if you've only got, say, even 100 people playing, you're not going to have much involvement in that, right? Um, so it's not really worth the effort of putting in as some uh, big pillar of the game. Maybe it's later if it does take off for some reason, but I don't feel like that's something that would come first. And maybe there isn't anything missing. I don't know. Maybe I've looked and thought about this so much that it just seems common to me now. But this is something unique. I mean, whatever is made is going to be unique because I'll be building it by hand. It's not going to be somebody copy pasting it. So just trying to think if there's something else that builds on this fantasy. Because this world, I guess a point to make in here is this isn't a Mars. So I guess let's make that this isn't a barren wasteland like Mars. It's just a much larger version of Earth. Um, and that kind of puts out there the idea that shit. Sorry, I was thinking about something else from earlier today. Anyway, it makes it so it's not like you're landing in everything. There's nothing. It's like it would be as if we crash landed onto Earth somewhere, preferably not the ocean. There will be water. I don't know that we'll have much ocean because if you had an entire land block that was water, I mean, I guess it's doable if you had a boat or something to go across it, but it would make it kind of difficult if it randomly generated a tile that was pure water. The way I've got it thought out right now, it would never happen. You just have big lakes. You could have some that span multiple land blocks, but you would be able to go around regardless. Well, there has to be. I mean, our galaxy is the Milky Way galaxy is tiny. Is one galaxy. We are one solar system. We don't even know anything else. We barely know anything outside of our solar system, to be fair. Voyager 1 and 2 and a couple other little spacecraft are the furthest things out beyond our solar system, out beyond the effects of the sun. We barely know anything outside of that. So it's vast. And the Milky Way galaxy is one of many galaxies. And by many, many is not the right term. Unknown number of galaxies, right? It's all theoretical. I mean, there's some stuff that we can see because various telescopes and lights and light that we see coming in and whatnot, but it's very, very much unknown. There's got to be more than just us in this vastness. And I don't care what, if you want to talk about it scientifically or religiously, or if you believe in the creation story is the verbatim what happened with Earth. I don't care what of those you believe. There's no way that any of that says we're the only ones out there. Even if it say it is the creation story or the Big Bang theory or whatever it is, right? We know for a fact there's more than just this solar system and this galaxy, right? So how can anybody definitively say that there's nothing, no other life out there. I made the joke on the when they did the flyby on the moon last week, that they pointed the spacecraft to have the windows facing Earth and all the cameras on the solar arrays not facing Earth, facing the moon, so they could do the observation and everything on it. Well, they didn't look back behind it, like back out towards outer space. There's probably a big old galactic battle cruiser just sitting there, cloaked up, waiting to attack. So, hmm, I don't know. I don't know what else to think about. What we're looking for. Sometimes just looking at other games might spawn ideas. Um, Especially ones by category. Uh, I think what would be a good one to just pick through. There's city and settlement. They put all kinds of weird stuff in city and settlement. I wouldn't. This is city and settlement builders. I mean, you're building a museum or a campus, not an entire city. This would be more sim to me. Whatever. Yep, no worries. Sleep well. We will talk to you next time. Like RimWorld. Because this gets deeper. Like this gets more into the individual's psychology and health. And I don't want it to get down to the, I don't want it to be a survival game. Like there's a lot of survival in this, for example. Um, because then it requires a lot of brain power. Rubber ducky, you're the one. Um, Monster girl hunters. There are some weird things out here. Let's scroll down through this stuff. Rimworld. How does? Oh, as a golf architect is another sim type game. Okay. Hmm. And this isn't really like. I mean, I guess it might be in the core fantasy of it. I don't want to get too technical, but is there a place for establishing like trade? I mean, it's a player driven economy, but is there maybe you discover ways to do trade? I'm just thinking from like the Eve online perspective, the way trade worked there. Um, you basically had all your different outposts. You could put stuff up for sale, and depending on your level of logistics or was it trade? Was it called trade? I forget what the skill was, but it would allow you to look beyond your current system for stuff to buy and buy it and then go fly out there and get it. Is that a thing that happens in this world? I don't know. I thought about that when I saw not any of these games. What was it? What game triggered that just now? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it was this map. Something about this map made me think about trade. But that's just a system. That's not like a core fantasy. That's not like part of the. Why are you playing this game? Not that I want to steal ideas from other games. I'm just trying to like that one that wasn't even related to Infection Free Zone, the whole the trading thing, but just something will spark some idea. There's your Korean Sims replacement. Since they're not doing a Sims 5, they're just going to keep sending more DLCs out for Sims 4. This one you can actually take have a webcam on you, and it'll actually make your face movements on the character in the game. It's kind of crazy. Still in early access, man. I thought it's been a while since that came out. It's been over a year. I first saw some people playing that on stream. Kind of creepy at the same time. And little stuff like I was like this again. This wasn't even this game, but just puzzles. Like there'll be puzzles in there somewhere, things to solve, locks to pick, stuff like that. Once you learn how to, of course. Hmm. What am I missing? What am I missing? Obviously, there's going to be some story that gets written or behind this to kind of give it some flavor. But I don't know. This just feels lacking somehow. Hmm. Maybe it's not. And I could be completely wrong. But we'll sleep on it and see if something comes to mind. We're not doing this every stream going forward. We're going to be playing games still. Like, we'll probably do some stealing of doubloons things tomorrow. So, hmm, get that out of there. So the gameplay cycle, and probably starting to define this may help fill that in a bit. Ugh. Hang on a second. Okay, so we can start with a very simple thing and then kind of create the different potential branches for the cycle. So, how does the game even start? Like, what do you even present to the player? And this isn't the gameplay loop thing. I mean, it's the beginning of the loop. Like, where does the game start? But what does it even look like when you start? Like, what is What is the player supposed to do? So they crash land on this thing, and the idea is to colonize the planet. And it really is only completely barren. I mean, I guess it's barren for everybody because the idea would be everybody would crash land in a different spot. So it wouldn't necessarily be right where the first city is built. And maybe there's logic in the game to make sure that you never land on a city. You have to find your way to a city. Um, but I guess that's the beginning of it. But what is driving them? So if step one is you crash land and you have to survive, you have to. I don't want to say survive because then it turns into a survival game. I just want to say, and then you. What is your goal? The system is telling you you need to do what? Um, Maybe that's what we're missing is that why are you doing this? Why don't you just hunker down and wait for somebody to come find you and save you? What is that why? Hmm. What is that why? Why do you want to colonize this planet? I think we found our problem. There's the answer to the question why, and or the answer to the question of. I mean, I guess the answer to the question of the why is the same as what's forcing you to get into the main gameplay loop, right? What forces you into that loop? What makes you want to go learn a skill? Because I don't want it to. I mean, it's part of it's a little bit life sim, but not a lot. Like a life sim is typically a lot more related to like your gardening and your watering stuff and your cleaning and that kind of stuff. This is more civilization sim. You're not playing the game Civilization where you control the entire civilization at once. You are playing a person in a civilization. But why? What is driving people to become civilized? When you land, there's got to be something to say to give you direction to continue on. What is that? Hmm. Almost like there's some. You're supposed to be sleeping. Oh yeah, no, that's in Castaway. That came out when my dad was still working at FedEx, actually, ironically. And we lived in Memphis, FedEx's world headquarters and their main hub, so that it very much was go see it, get you a Wilson. And that was back when you could still jump seat in airplanes like they did in that, where you had a jump seat, just a random employee flying for free on a FedEx cargo plane. Um, When you say give you a Wilson, I'm trying to think how that what that what that means in this context. I was starting to think about there's got to be some like underlying curiosity that you discover right as you crash land. You mean the soccer ball friend? um, but like, and okay, so let's explore that. Is this obviously an inanimate object to talk to is not going to help anything, right? It works in the movie, but in this, are you thinking more along the lines of you need some companion that's kind of like leading you somewhere? I'm what comes to mind is like in Halo and in like Borderlands, you've got this sentient thing telling you what to do. Yeah, there could be something that could be the mechanism that the information gets to the person, right? But what is the thing that thing is seeing or telling the person or the player, this is why you should go and explore and find civilization or make civilization or whatever that is. Like what is the underlying thing that like with Halo, it's you're trying to defeat the enemy because it's clear you're trying to defeat an enemy. Same thing with Borderlands. You're trying to defeat an enemy, but we don't really have an enemy here, or do we? Is that what's driving it? Right? Is it an enemy? Is it some force that it detects? Some mystical or paranormal or not paranormal, but magical or something that is detecting in the ground. Maybe when you crash into the ground, the crash reveals something underground that's like, oh, what is this? Um, and that it leads you somewhere. Um, I'm just trying to think about what is that thing that, and maybe the companion is a good thing. I mean, we'll let's see what we put that under. We put that under here probably. Um, maybe a companion like you have in Halo, Borderlands, um, that helps guide you. Um, yeah, I don't think it's enemy or evil. I mean, you're going to discover and you're going to encounter enemies. You're going to encounter creatures and beings and things in this world because it's full of life. I mean, that's why I said it's not a Mars, it's an Earth, but not with humans. Some life forms of different variations all over the place, right? But that's not what you're driving to. That's not what's making you go explore. There's got to be something underlying. Is that some power? I think that's what we're. As soon as we got down to this, figure out this core loop, was like, okay, you crash land, and then why are you doing anything else after you crash land other than waiting for help? I think that's what we're missing here. Is we're missing that thing that says this is why you need to go out and start exploring things. Um, I mean, hell, we can even look at you look at just regular survival games, even like even Windrose. We were talking about that earlier. When you get on there, you're trying to survive, and you're underlying. I don't even know what the Windrose underlying story is, but there's something that makes you want to. I think you are trying to find your crewmates or something, um, and that can be a simple thing to get you going, right? Um, but I think that plus like the desire to see if anybody else from your ship that crashed is still alive, plus something else. And whether and maybe we don't need to answer the question of what that exactly is, but there's got to be something else, I feel, that is driving you to move. That's not survival and not an enemy is chasing you, right? Not something evil. Something interesting, something intriguing. So we got to figure that out. Okay, so why leave your crash site and go exploring? So that's important. Could want to find other survivors if I don't think that's actually one that I think about, because if we're talking about your ship is crash landing and it happens when you join the game, you don't want to have to make NPCs immediately to make it look like there were other people with you, or it could be there are other people with you and they all are dead. That seems like a dark way to start the game. I feel like it's just a single pod or something, like you're an escape pod. Maybe that's what it is. Crash landed with another planet, an escape pod. So maybe that, right? Maybe it's an escape pod that does this because you're solo, and that's you ejected from your ship, and because in space, unless something acts upon a body moving, it's going to keep moving in that direction at that speed, maybe be affected by gravity. That's why a force acting on it could change that. But maybe you fell into this gravitational well into the Earth or into this planet, right? So you're a single solo crash. So you're not going to go look for your crewmates, but something's going to be intriguing. About what you see around you when you wake up. Maybe something magical, glowing, something exposed by the crater your pod left. Got to have that hook. That's what we were missing, is that hook to say, this is why I want to go do all of this stuff. And we can fill in the blanks of once you leave to explore whatever this said thing is, in that you eventually find a city or you see a city. And maybe the way the game starts is your escape pod crashes near a city that you can see on the map, right? On your within view, like you're not that far away. And you go down to see what's going on. Because I did have in my original notes that you would start with at least a single planned place, like a base that had been started. Maybe it's abandoned now and there's not much there yet, but it started. And you see this thing, and then this magical or glowing or big thing or whatever it is, or some, maybe it could be a feeling. It doesn't, something along those lines. And then you go and explore your surroundings. You like take a gander around your surroundings and you realize, hey, there's a building over there. And it may be completely abandoned if you're the first person to ever join the game. But you have a starting point now. And everybody that comes behind that will maybe initially go to the same area as that starting point. But as more bases or cities or whatever they're called are built across the world, you may end up at different ones that you start spreading out where people join the game is. Again, this is going back, assuming a lot of people join this game. You may get one city and that's it, because you got 10 people playing the game and that's it. So but that concept still works. You're still making sure that you're landing near a town. So the crash is near a city, be it abandoned early on in the game, or a player built one anywhere in the world later in the game. You see this after the special thing that you experience, and your guide points you in that direction, and that gets you into the town. And then from there, you can start tying in all of the different. We'll just put this in here. When you arrive in town and along the way, I guess, you will unlock, different word for unlock when we get to it, but we'll put that in quotes, unlock possible skills / knowledge bases, maybe we call something, I don't know, that allows the player to start picking how they want to play. So something like that. So yeah, there we go. So we went from Wilson to a possible way to get you into the game and moving. That's what was missing. Because everything else sounded good. It's just it wasn't a, well, why am I doing this? Other than that I crash landed here. There's got to be something driving people to want to leave. Because even if we left off the thing here about there's something, I need to take maybe off there. It needs to exist. Something magical, glowing, exposed by the crater. Your pod left is seen right by you and requires more knowledge exploration to understand. So there's this underlying thing that everybody is working towards exploring. And maybe you have some people, like, goes back to what are you doing? Like, initially people are going to have to explore to do anything, but eventually it can be that some people are exploring, some people are just doing stuff in town to maintain it or advance other branches of knowledge or whatever that is. But the overall overarching goal is we're not getting off this planet. There is no way off the planet. I guess that's a key one, right? That kind of forces your hand. Like, there's no way off the planet. We have to figure out why that is, but there's no way off the planet at this point. Could be something about the atmosphere, or just there no way to escape the gravity well or atmosphere or something. I don't know. After looking at what little data from your crashed wreck is there. But then there's just this underlying thing that you're doing the whole time. You're trying to discover what this is or why this thing is there. New World kind of had that in its MMO. You discover what it was really quickly, which was not the case here. Like, this it may never get discovered what it is. It may just be this thing that we slowly over time give little additional details to as stuff is found, but it's not ever fully known. Or maybe it is, but you still don't know what to do with it. Like you know what it is, but you don't know what to do with said thing. But that's the overarching, that's the driving force of this thing. I have to figure out what this is. I'm not going anywhere. I want to survive, yes, but I want to figure out what this is, and I want to learn what I can because I don't know anything anymore because of my amnesia or whatever that is, right? And then you have your flashbacks that you might start remembering certain things and whatnot, but nothing gets you off the planet. So you're stuck there. It's either die or do something. We'll have to figure out what the dying looks like. Because every game's got resurrections. Well, not every game. Some roguelike games aren't. But what does dying look like? Like if you just go out and die to a giant, let's say there's a giant bear out there that just mauls you to death. How do you come back to life? Like, what is that? And that's part of the core loop, I guess. That's more of the core loop because that's a branch of it where whatever the thing you're is doing, the game responds with you dead. What makes that happen? Is this do we go really techie and like you've got a copy of your DNA somewhere and it recreates your body? Well, what recreates your body? If you've just crash landed and there's nothing here yet, what is recreating your body? There's got to be something that maybe it's this mystical thing this magical thing that does it for you. Like you die, but it senses death on the surface and it breathes life back into it. Oh, wow. That might actually work. Because that could also work for the respawning of living creatures in the world. Like you don't want it to be a world where somebody goes and kills everything in an area and it never comes back. Everything respawns in every other game so that other people can experience similar things. So maybe there's this magical force is what woke you up in the first place. Your hand is covered in this thing, right? And as you wake up, and you start recovering, it dissipates and falls away and disappears. I feel like this is way too detailed for this, but I think it helps if we go that route, then we have some sort of backstory to build off of and how the world survives. That is more of a mechanic. So that's more down in here. Death of both player characters and NPCs, creatures happens, but the magical whatever is what brings them back to life. Death may cause changes to the player character, maybe? I don't think so much NPCs or creatures, but player character, either permanent or temporary. So one of the features of Asheron's Call's death was when you died, you lost some of your loot. And we're getting way down in the mechanics, right? But but you also uh, incurred vitae, a vitae penalty. And what that was is like the first time you died, well, every time you died, you lost 5% of your stats until you earned X amount of experience. And that experience amount changed depending on your level. Um, so I'm not saying we necessarily do that here where it like debilitates you for a little bit of time, but maybe it makes a change to a skill, or maybe it does debilitate like one of your skill sets or knowledge bases or something like that for a little bit. Or it could have the opposite effect too. I mean, maybe there's um, a good or a chance of a good or a bad effect. Um, like maybe it does temporarily do something to you bad, but maybe it also in death and in connection with this mysterious thing again, you gain some bit of knowledge. Maybe there's a chance you gain some knowledge. The problem with positive effects because of death, it just dawned on me, is if you did that, there's going to be people that just die over and over and over and over again trying to get that good thing. So it can't be something that is just like worth dying over and over and over and over again. Like, I'm just going to keep going, jump off this cliff over and over and over again to die. Um, it has to be something you can get other ways, but there's a chance that you get it this way. So, okay, that helps. So little did you know, if you're still listening, Zaz, that Wilson helped again. He helped Tom Hanks and he helped this. Every little, that's why I was looking at games, like any little thought can trigger a good idea or a bad idea. Even if it's a bad idea, you write it down and it might inspire a different idea. So, I mean, normally this kind of stuff, I mean, I say normally, but back in the day, it was put a bunch of little post it notes on a big whiteboard and, or blackboard or board that were all the ideas categorized in different types of functionality or part of the game or design or whatever that was. It's kind of what we're doing here with the design doc. We've got different sections, but it would just be done in post-it notes or something. So, and then it would get converted into official stuff and documentation. So, okay. Well, that helps. That's like a little tidbit that makes me feel a little bit better about what this is, rather than just being a bunch of systems clumped together. There's some underlying meaning to play the game, and it's not fully fleshed out, obviously, but it's something to go off of. And then by coming up with all the rest of the stuff, you're bound to come up with what you potentially are, what that becomes. Like, what is that? It might start shaping that. Hmm. Okay. That's a complicated core gameplay loop. That's not terribly complicated, but it's player. We'll start this very simple. So player arrives at a spot, and this can be at crash time or just moving, just to make it clear this is generic. Uh, game or multiple. What is that? Multiple gameplay options are presented with relationship to the thing. Let's call it the thing from now on, till we know what said thing is. Um, Player picks one of those, one or many of those options to explore, learn, advance. What's another verb that they could do with said thing? Explore, learn, advance, ignore, etc. And then knowledge or skill is gained, allowing the player to do or experience new things. And learn what the thing is. And that sounds zero fun at all because it's so generic, but it's going to be what those options are and what the result of picking a given option is. That's kind of where the player act. Yeah, I guess it kind of gets down to there, but there's a lot more to flesh out here. I think I think like putting oh A, B, C, what they can do here. I gotta do one more space. No, just doesn't want to do sub A's under ones. Okay. So we'd have to kind of flesh out what these options are generically. I mean, I don't think we put with this. You could go learn to make potions or chop wood or mine rocks and ore. I don't think we break that out here. I think this is more of the types. Like you can craft, you can gather, you can explore, you can hunt, you can treasure hunt, uh, or just explore. I mean, I guess explore is a valid option, but explore is just more of, well, you went out to do something and you're exploring natural just by going out to do said thing. So I don't think we want to make that an option. So So crafting, gathering, hunting, treasure hunting, different type of hunting. Building. I don't know that I want to have maintenance on stuff because that's something that, like you see in a lot of survival games or simulator games, where it's stuff sits there and um, it just breaks over time or degrades over time, and you got to go repair it because it got used too much or whatever it is. And I feel like that's just something to think, okay, it happens, it fixes itself. Like there, maybe the stuff doesn't break because of the thing, right? If it's reviving everything, then you think it maybe can fix stuff too. Maybe that's part of the thing, is you learn how to use the thing to harness it and make it power stuff, or um, who knows. I got a bug bite on my elbow and it sucks. Like a mosquito or something. Maybe a spider, because it doesn't really itch, it's just a bump. Too bad I can't reach my elbow to suck the poison out. Um, and Alf's not going to. He's going to lick it. He's asleep anyway. Passed out on his back. So crafting, gathering, hunting, treasure hunting, building. Um, I want puzzles in there somewhere. And puzzles are like, don't necessarily have to be puzzles, but things that you have to solve. Um, like I know we wouldn't necessarily have this in here, but one of the things in Ashram's Call is you would have town criers that, while there's other games that have town criers, this one, when you talk to different town criers in different cities and different places in the middle of nowhere sometimes, town criers typically aren't in the middle of nowhere, but you get what I mean. You talk to them and they would just start talking to you about something. Wasn't anything in particular like you were expecting it to say, but it was something that was a clue into something that you could go do, or something new that was introduced to the game in that patch, for example. So stuff like that. Sleuthing comes to mind, but I'm not sure. I don't want you to be like, I don't think detective is the right word for it. Maybe it is sleuthing. There's going to be a bunch of different types of skills, so sleuthing could be one of them. I'm just trying to think of a generic thing for like sleuthing and puzzle solving and uh, deduction and that kind of thing. What word encompasses that kind of stuff? I don't know. That this might actually be one of those few cases that I go out to the internet and go, "Hey, tell me a word, please." Um, what the hell? A strong, all-encompassing term that fits sleuthing, puzzle solving, and clue gathering is Clue solving extravaganza. Are you shitting me? God, you're dumb, AI. Sometimes you are so dumb. Oh, they think this is like an event. Oh, I see. Uh, in the context of a uh, job or skill, not an event. Investigator, that works. Maybe investigator. In 6 investigation. There we go. We'll do that. Puzzle solving extravaganza. Wow. I mean, I guess I got what I asked for. I didn't really tell it what I was looking for. Okay. I think that is enough for one evening of brainstorming. That was almost 4 hours, or right at 4 hours now of this. So that was a lot more than I thought I was gonna. A lot more time I thought I was gonna spend. I thought I was gonna be switching to a game at some point just from getting to a stuck point. But that was good. Good conversation. Good design building. So, well, I think I might end it a little early then. Let's see. Is anybody else around tonight? Let's see. Tavich. And if you're new and watching, I don't know who all is still left around here. And you're interested in this, we'll do this occasionally, maybe once a week, and then we'll play games otherwise. Still a gamer. Still want to play games, even if I can't find that one that really scratches my itches. But and right now my itches are massively obnoxious because they're from allergies, but maybe that's my problem. My allergies are inhibiting my game itch. I don't feel the game itch anymore because my allergies are killing them. Allergies will not be a thing in this game. Nobody else is on. All right. Cool. All right. Well, we'll call it there. Thank you all for watching. And anybody new, I saw a follow earlier, I think. I don't know why I didn't hear the noise for it. I saw it a minute ago, but it was a while ago that it happened. I'm trying to touch my screen. Oy, Twitch screen because I can't hit that scroll bar with my finger. It's too tiny. Uh, yeah, we had a follow-up 3 hours ago. I'm not even sure if they're still here, but thank you for it. I don't even know if my notifications worked. Who knows? I might have actually turned off my follow notifications so you can follow silently these days. So I won't call your name out directly. I found that another channel. There was another channel that was doing that same thing where you can follow and not get all the attention because sometimes you want to follow somebody and not get called out. So I think I turned that off so you wouldn't get called out. I see it, but others don't. So I appreciate it. we will pick this up another time. But we'll be back tomorrow with probably some Sea of Thieves, if the servers and everything are working well. But thank you for watching. Have a good evening, afternoon, next day, wherever you are, and see you later. Bye for now.